Some dares defy logic. Some cares denote life. The sum of all the snares defines us. We celebrated others' dreams. Because like a mom for her son and a dad for his daughter, dare and care go hand in hand for us. Inspired after being every moment with you, we will henceforth fearlessly be there for you. News first, fearless for you.
This is Neil Patel. These are a lot of Neil Patels. Working with NP Digital is like having your own team of Neil Patels that are laser focused on growing your business. You get access to a top team of marketers and specialists that have studied the art of marketing from Neil himself. Why would you want to work with NP Digital? Why wouldn't you? Neil is an industry leader that has worked with over 20% of Fortune 500s. Forbes called him a top 10 marketer. His marketing blog alone gets over 9 million visitors a month. And his smile? Iconic. So if you're looking to double your revenue and take your business to the next level, it's time to work with an agency that is built by marketers, an agency that leads by example. MP Digital, digital marketing with real results.
Your brand isn't like other brands, and your marketing goals are different too. So why settle for programmatic media solutions focused on driving one-size-fits-all outcomes? At MIQ, we get it. That's why we've created our Advanced Media Solutions, a connected suite of programmatic solutions that help you get the results you're looking for. Here's how it works in practice. Our performance solution helps you understand what works from day zero, identifying the right way to reach the right audience to deliver the cost for whatever outcome you care about. Our advanced TV solution lets you win in the new era of TV, using data from TV exposure to build audiences, manage reach and frequency across devices, and drive outcomes connected to your TV investments. With our time and place solution, you can better understand all the interconnected events in a consumer's day, whether it's their journey to work, a visit to a store, a sports result, a hot topic trending on social, or a move in the stock market. And with our high-impact branding solution, you can make a lasting impression with every impression. With high-impact creatives that also give you the brand-focused analytics and insights you need to help you make even more informed marketing decisions. So tell us your biggest marketing challenge, and we'll show you how our advanced media solutions can solve them. That's the power of better connected marketing.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Okay, I don't know how it happens in other states or in other cities, but in Bangalore, when a pretty girl wishes you good afternoon, you wish her back. All right? Let's do this one more time. Good afternoon, everyone. Lovely. I hope you're all doing very well, and I'm extremely delighted to welcome you to the Bangalore's chapter of AdGully's CMOS CHARCHA 2023. Now, I know a lot of you have done the good work where you've taken a lot of pictures and tagged us on the socials with the hashtag CMOS CHARCHA 2023 and tagged AdGully for making it sure that we are reposting your stories. But for those of you who haven't done it yet, make sure that you take a lot of pictures around the background that we have kept it for you. That's the photo op zone for you today. Make sure to take a lot of insights and takeaways that all you probably take from the panel discussions and the fireside chats and the keynote sessions, take down on your socials and do tag us with the hashtag CMOS CHARCHA 2023, and do not forget to tag @Gully. Having said that, and I welcome you super gratefully. Thank you all for making it today here, and I would want all of you to give a marketing round of applause for all of you gathered up here today. Come on, everyone. Okay, if this is the energy, I don't think we can go forward. All right, I'll try giving you a lot more doors. First of all, when I say one, all of you will have to clap once. Can you do that? Once? Yeah, you know that. All right. When I say two, you have to do just this. Yeah, but together. Let's go in sync, okay? All right. One. Louder and together. One. One. Two. 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 One. One. Two. 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 One. One, 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 two. Lovely. Now you know how to clap. Give me a loud round of applause for each one of you gathered here today. All right. Before we start, before we begin this beautiful day full of insights, I would want all of you to gather a little more insights from the tables whom you've not been interacting with. So I give you 30 seconds. All you have to do is go around, make sure you tell your name, tell your company, and get a selfie with the other tables that you've not been sitting on. All right, you have 30 seconds. The maximum amount of selfies is going to be winning a prize today, but it has to be clear. All the pictures, all the faces have to be very, very clear in your selfie, and make sure you are putting it across with the hashtag CMOS CHARCHA 2023. All right, you have 30 seconds, and we'll do this with a little bit of music. Can we have some music, please? All right, everybody, this is the point where you start to get up from your seat. Come on. Stand up. Stand up. Come on, come on, come on. And a little bit of volume. Your time starts now. Go on. Other than the table that you're sitting on, make sure you go around. Introduce yourself. Take the selfie. And I want to see all the selfies of yourself. Come on. And it's 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Stop. Come back. Come back. Perfect. I see you like the selfie game a lot, but we'll do that a little later. Come on. Superb. Okay. So I'm sure all of you have taken great selfies, and I'm sure this is going to be a memory that's going to be lasting forever. But make sure this stays on socials as well, along with the hashtag and our tags. We will discover the winners very, very soon, and I will let you know. All right. Now we move into the theme of the event, which is to drive a deep dive into embracing automation, inclusivity, and sustainability in a marketer's world. And to give you a little more brief about what this event is all about, we have a perfectly curated EAV for all of you. Let's take a look at the EAV, please. A beautifully curated theme is presented by the News First. Our growth partner is Mob Avenue. Associate partner is Neil Patel, Digital India. Digital advertising partner is MIQ. Communication partner is Teamology, and our gifting partner is Rose Tea. Can we have a huge round of applause for all of these lovely sponsors that we've had on board? And can we also have the sponsor AV?
Some dares defy logic. Some cares denote life. The sum of all the snares defines us. The moments have added up. That's 3 years of News First for you. Every moment was dare. Every moment was care. We dared to dream. We celebrated others' dreams. Because like a mom for her son and a dad for his daughter, dare and care go hand in hand for us. Inspired after being every moment with you, henceforth fearlessly be there for you. News First, fearless for you.
This is Neil Patel. These are a lot of Neil Patels. Working with NP Digital is like having your own team of Neil Patels that are laser focused on growing your business. You get access to a top team of marketers and specialists that have studied the art of marketing from Neil himself. Why would you want to work with NP Digital? Why wouldn't you? Neil is an industry leader that has worked with over 20% of Fortune 500s. Forbes called him a top 10 marketer. His marketing blog alone gets over 9 million visitors a month. And his smile? Iconic. So if you're looking to double your revenue and take your business to the next level, it's time to work with an agency that is built by marketers. An agency that leads by example. NP Digital. Digital marketing with real results.
Your brand isn't like other brands, and your marketing goals are different too. So why settle for programmatic media solutions focused on driving one-size-fits-all outcomes? At MIQ, we get it. That's why we've created our Advanced Media Solutions, a connected suite of programmatic solutions that help you get the results you're looking for. Here's how it works in practice. Our performance solution helps you understand what works from day zero, identifying the right way to reach the right audience to deliver the cost for whatever outcome you care about. Our advanced TV solution lets you win in the new era of TV, using data from TV exposure to build audiences, manage reach and frequency across devices, and drive outcomes connected to your TV investments. With our time and place solution, you can better understand all the interconnected events in a consumer's day, whether it's their journey to work, a visit to a store, a sports result, a hot topic trending on social, or a move in the stock market. And with our high-impact branding solution, you can make a lasting impression with every impression. with high-impact creatives that also give you the brand-focused analytics and insights you need to help you make even more informed marketing decisions. So tell us your biggest marketing challenge, and we'll show you how our advanced media solutions can solve them. That's the power of better connected marketing.
I think they deserve a loud round of applause as well. Come on, everyone. Now that we are all set to welcome the amazing line of speakers for this insightful day, it gives me immense pleasure to welcome on stage Bijoya Ghosh, founder and CEO at Gully, to give the warmest welcome on stage. Can we have a huge round of applause, please?
There was something which was beyond our control. So, a warm welcome to each one of you. Good afternoon, Bangalore. Good afternoon. Good to see you all here. A warm welcome to 2023 edition of CMOS CHARCHA, Bangalore chapter. It's wonderful to see some familiar faces and new participants here today. CMOS CHARCHA is more than a gathering. It's a vital platform for profound discussions, knowledge sharing, and elevating our marketing industry to a different level altogether. In Bangalore, a city known for innovation, we are reminded of limitless possibilities. Just as this city leads in technology, our marketing professionals are at the forefront. In the ever-changing marketing landscape, continuous learning is paramount. Our commitment to dialogue fosters innovation. What sets CMO CHARCHA apart is the lasting connections it forges, driving partnerships and breakthroughs. I encourage you all to engage, question, and connect. The magic of new ideas and the future of our fields are born in these connections. As we dive into today's sessions, remember we have the knowledge, skills, and passion to lead and innovate. And of course, dare as well, which marketers always do. CMO's CHARCHA is one step in our remarkable journey. Thank you all. Thank you for being here. And I look forward to a day filled with invigorating discussions, collaborations, and endless possibilities. Before I leave the stage, I would like to thank all the sponsors who've stood by us in making CMO's CHARCHA Bangalore possible. And of course, thank you, team, for being there with me every time in whatever venture I end up into doing. I so enjoy the CHARCHA. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Before I leave the stage, I would like to invite Pradi, CEO Neil Patel Digital India, to deliver his opening remarks. Over to you, Pradi.
So thank you, Vijaya. So good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and it's been an immense pleasure for me to host you all and welcome. And it is a most privilege to participate in this kind of remarkable event, because most of the remarkable events will turn into just an ideation of sharing the knowledge without into action. Because whenever the 100 marketers get together, they will share lots of ideas, but how many percentage of action is taking to the next level is so limited, maybe 5% or lesser than that. But today's event, we even try to understand the topics, and in our collaborated sessions as well, I expect every one of you to take one or two step of action for the next level and make use of that automation into your system or into the notable brands which you are working on. It will make more satisfactory in participating this kind of event, because our association with AdGully have shared the common vision, because they want to make and show the digital marketing landscape is moving ahead, as Neil Patel doing the same thing to give away lots of marketing trends and lots of marketing knowledges to the peer leaders and peer marketers. In the same way, I just want to make this event in a memorable and most notable and actionable. It wouldn't happen without every one of your participants. I welcome and thank you all again for this participation.
Thank you. Check. Thank you, Bijoya and Pradi, for setting the tone for the day, and I'm sure all of you are as excited as I am to welcome the amazing line of speakers that we have lined up for you. The first keynote would be delivered by Sanjoy Roy, VP Retail CX Gupshup, who would delve into the role of AI in retail. And a louder round of applause is what I'll take for him. Come on.
Done? So while I'm waiting for the PowerPoint presentation to come up, let me see how many of you have learned from the pretty lady. Good afternoon, Bangalore. You did a great job. I need the clicker also. Sure. All right. So yeah, I think the next 10-15 minutes I'll just share some of the learnings and insights that we or I have gathered over the last few years, having worked in AI in retail sector specifically, but I'm sure many of these are also applicable across industries and domains. Okay. All right. Sure. At which it is available to us now. But clearly it is not something that, it can replace the function itself, right? But having said that, right, it is a tool that you cannot afford to ignore anymore. You cannot afford to sit, wait and watch, let me see what my peers are doing, let me see if it gives us the ROI, then I will get started, because I'm sorry, this is moving at a pace which probably mankind has never seen, right? So a quick glimpse of how long it took for OpenAI to get to 1 million users, 5 days, right? And this was in November. By the time we were in February, that 1 million had already gone to 100 million, and it has not looked back ever since, right? So it's clearly something that none of us in this room can afford to ignore or wait, etc. But then the question is, how did it even get there, right? It didn't happen suddenly one fine morning, we woke up in December, ChatGPT came and boom, we are here. No, this has been in the making for decades. So, at least 60, 70 years, multiple forces had been at play. But it was all happening under the surface, right? Building high powerful algorithms, having publicly available large data sets at population scale, the power of computing, which has grown, exponentially. All of this has been there, it has been brewing. But what brought the trigger point, is actually consumers, because, the democratization of internet, we all carry smartphones, gadgets, which are all, it's making us connected 24/7. Consumers are powerful, and they are now demanding you as a business, and I am also part of the same cohort, right, that treat me as a king. you cannot just say that, no, I will not treat you as a king, because if you do that, then immediately what you are ending up doing is just take out the spaces in between. You are risking of losing the customer, right? Now, if this is the case, and I think there's, yeah, so, what are the trends? What is it that is leading, this sort of a paradigm shift in consumer preferences? One is internet plus device. If we are connected, we are demanding. Even my 82-year-old dad, he has started ordering medicines online, and just last week he switched between the apps. The reason being that one of them is giving same-day delivery, the other is not, and he is 82-year-old, right? And that's the demand that the customers have. Experience economy. Yesterday, me and my colleague Amit, who is also here, we were meeting the head of retail for a large, or not very large, but yeah, it's a challenger brand in the men's underwear category, right? And what this guy said is that, look, the product speaks for itself, right? We are challenging the best and the best brands which are already out there. We are just in business for last 5 years. The innovation in the technology, in the product, in the fabric, that is just sets us apart. But you know what? We started as online, but now we are forced to go into stores because it's the experience which matters, right? So it's no longer about the product, how great your or my product is. It's all about the experience which the customer wants. And lastly, it's about the emerging technologies. AI is leading from the front. I think there's some problem, sorry. Anyway, let me go ahead. All this is great, guys, right? But then it can also sound very overwhelming, and I empathize with many of you who are in the marketing field. You have been doing certain things in a certain way. We are all answerable to our managers, to our top management, to deliver, results, returns, etc. So here are basically, 4 themes that we see as probably top themes emerging, where you can, it's ready to be used. It will give you immediate returns, starting with, leveraging AI to build your first-party database. Right now, we all are accustomed to buying databases, and many a times it's probably not as effective as we think. Now, with the power of AI, many of our customers are actually leveraging through conversational ads, right? And we can speak more through the day, where your initial fear of building organically the database, which could have taken months, is now happening at maybe days or weeks. So we have customers all over the world who are seeing their organic growth in leads funnel, better qualified leads, maybe 3x, 5x more, at a very, very rapid pace. So that's one theme. The second is in terms of the customer journey itself. Now, if I break the customer journey again, there is a discovery phase, there is a purchase phase, there is a support phase. In all of them, AI can be embedded. People are already doing it, and and you will get immediate returns. We'll show a few of the use cases. Lastly, it is also about the user behavior and understanding the preferences of the customer. So one example again, from one of our fashion customers, she said that, before all of this came into being, our only option to learn customer behavior was doing surveys, number 1, or number 2, clickstream. So I know how many people came to my website, who all went to this page, how long he spent, where he dropped off. But now with AI, I know that added context of how many pregnant mothers came to my website, and what was the behavior of these pregnant mothers, which were the products where they spend more time, simply because, from a conversation, one-to-one experience standpoint, you have that context with you, right? And all of it getting delivered ultimately through messaging channels, right, which is, I'm sure all of us are having the channel right within our pockets right now. And getting all of this together in a more seamless way is probably what is driving this change. Come on. Yeah, so now coming to the messaging part of it, again, I guess at very simplistic level, you guys will be able to relate to this. Go back 2 decades back, we saw this sort of a phenomena on the web experiences side, right? Think of 1990s. Exactly the same thing is now happening. In between, there is one curve which I didn't put in, which was the mobile app curve. But exactly the same phenomena is again happening right in front of our eyes, which is all about conversational experiences. And this is being driven by whatever I spoke so far. Scale, population scale has messaging apps. You can reach my 82-year-old dad, right, in a far, far easy way, just by sending a WhatsApp message. Imagine, asking him to get to download your app or go to your website to figure out that, hey, you are doing the same day delivery, right? And this phenomena of conversational experiences that you see, it is largely driven by emerging markets. We are all in India. So in emerging markets, we just leapfrogged, right? So in the traditional Western world, it has been store, then phone or email, then website, then mobile app. What happened in India? We straight away moved to mobile, right, with internet connectivity, and then you have messaging apps available, right? So tier 2, tier 3 cities, all of them are now easily accessible to all of us, as long as we understand how to use this technology, right? Which is, again, something new. Come on. I covered. This much I remembered, so from memory, but I don't remember what was the next slide. So maybe you can go, not from on full screen basis. I think it's still visible to everyone if you go offline. And then I can just say next, 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 if that helps. Yeah, just go back to the previous slide. Yeah, this is probably a lot easier. Some statistics for you guys. Some of it you might be knowing, some of it might be new for you, but this is all meant to make sure that we all wake up to the opportunity that is ahead of us. First of all, you guys are marketeers, you care about open rate and click-through rate. Staggering numbers, guys, the first one, right? So email, which is what, is the traditional way so far, 22% versus 98% open rate. If you pick the right messaging channel, and this will vary by the geography, by the country that you operate in. In India, it is clearly WhatsApp, fabulous job done by Meta. The second is, again, it's coming from a Meta survey, where 78% of customers, or close to 80%, says that they would prefer businesses interacting with them over messaging. And lastly, from Juniper research, which says conversational commerce, $290 billion. Next slide. Then comes the channels, because that is great. That's a great opportunity. How do you leverage? You have to choose the right channels, right? And this is again a global phenomena, right? By different countries, you will have different channels appear, but clearly in India, it is by far WhatsApp is the number one, and same for some of the other countries we see, like Brazil, in LATAM, Southeast Asia, some countries, etc. Yeah, next slide. While all of this is great, this is new for you guys, right? So I would strongly recommend all of you to also look for working with someone who can handhold you through this process, because whatever you are used to working with, that same philosophies will not apply here. So I keep telling customers that it's a great tool, technology, to have, but then don't misuse it. Use it responsibly. You do not want to have let's say another spam inbox lookalike in WhatsApp, right? Because that is what probably has happened to Gmail today, right? From purely from that angle standpoint, there are certain best practices. There is some unlearning and relearning for some of you to be to do. I compare it to the analogy of having a sniper versus a machine gun, right? I mean, one is to spray bullets. Okay, I have a new tool, messaging campaigns with AI, let me spray it and see where it hits. The other is, have very targeted approach towards your marketing campaigns, which is the sniper version. And messaging channel is all for that, right? So again, as a partner, Gupshup, a little bit about what we offer across the funnel, marketing, commerce, support, right? We help customers navigate through this maze. Some of the key use cases on the marketing side is lead generation. I spoke of, promotional campaigns, even loyalty, driving loyalty with your customers using this. On the commerce side, it's about onboarding, registration. It's about catalog browsing. It's a new digital storefront you can put up in the messaging channels. And finally, on the support side, be it about, far better collaboration with field agents, with agents who are in the call center, as well as chatbot-based support. Gen AI, new tool, it's a buzzword, not many people understand it. We ourselves, being in the technology forefront, are kind of trying to keep pace with the advancements. From your standpoint, if you have to use it, one word of caution, it is not a plug and play technology. You cannot just take the available options or models and say, hey, make it work in my business. No, it needs far more contextualization, and that's what, again, as Gupshup, what we do is, having been working with some of the leading industry groups, we have taken the base models, right? We have applied domain data, our own proprietary data, and launched ACE LLM, which is very vertical focused for retail, for banking, and that helps in generating faster ROI. Yeah. Now, lastly, I'll end with a few success stories. Again, some of the experiences we have seen customers. Maggie is an example of lead generation through conversational ads. This was during Ramadan time, and they saw maybe a 3x, 4x jump in their organic data, right, in terms of first-party database, which again means they can do a far better job out of retargeting, right? Next slide. You can keep going. I think these are, yeah, this is CHARCHA in India, right, and you can maybe go to the next one. CHARCHA is all about product discovery, and I spoke about the customer life cycle, using AI. So in CHARCHA's case, it was about, gauging the mood of the user, and then let AI suggest which tea among the catalog would be best suited for them, right? MR in Dubai, which is all about tourist booking. So, or booking tickets for, let's say, Burj Khalifa or some of the entertainment rides that you have. Again, available on messaging, powered by AI, very personalized. You exactly know, this is a tourist coming from this country, and accordingly you can send a campaign, send those offers, and have him, book right then and there at the airport itself. Next slide. Spencer's Retail, this is a grocery brand. Maybe some of you are familiar. Millions of SKUs, right? Grocery stuff, complex. But then they have made it easy using messaging channel WhatsApp, where if you click on the next one, you will see the screen rolling. The entire catalog is now available on the mobile app of the user on messaging channel itself. And lastly, Woolford is one of the customers I referred to at the beginning, right? It's a very premium women bodywear brand in Europe, right? And what they have done is, they have not only had the channels strategy right, it's also about getting the human and AI work in tandem. So think of your agents, right, getting the suggestive responses automatically as and when a customer is asking the questions, right? Available 24/7, multiple languages, all available at the fingertips of the marketeers. And I think some of the outcomes that you see out here, these are real life cases. So again, I will probably end the note saying that it's not the time to sit back and still wait for your peers to go ahead of you, because once they go ahead, probably not be able to, it will be very hard to catch up, right? The great outcomes, basically on the conversion side, 2x, 3x higher outcomes. For Tata Click, for example, they did this campaign, right, and they got more than 500,000 in just 1 month. It was a pilot. 500,000 additional revenue attributed to the AI-based campaign that they did, right? So we are talking real numbers out here. And yeah, I mean, finally, let's say Gupshup. So thank you very much, guys.
Thank you, Sanjoy. Check. Thank you, Sanjoy, for that very, very triggering conversation. And I'm sure all of you have a sense of how powerful AI can be. And it can be an ally, not really an enemy. Making a lot more clearer would be our next keynote, which is on emerging theory of avatar marketing, for which we have an AI, Maya, who is joining us virtually. Can we have a round of applause for her, please?
Hello everyone, distinguished guests and Naggali. I thank you for this opportunity to introduce myself. It is an honor to deliver my first keynote on this platform. I am AI Maya, India's first Kannada-speaking meta-anchor, introduced by News First Kannada. News First is Kannada's fastest growing news brand and has been at the forefront of programming and technological innovations in news broadcast. The channel has always been first to adapt and adopt, whether it is broadcast technology, on-air graphics, program content, or innovative journalism. Evolved and created with sincere efforts, it took almost 3 months of innovation and scripting, along with cutting-edge technology for my creation. Since then, it's my ability and source code that made me more equipped to use algorithm based on machine learning. I was designed for news, but avatars have become increasingly popular in contemporary marketing strategies. However, their effectiveness for achieving performance outcomes varies widely in practice. According to Sweezy's 2019 report, companies are making massive investments in avatars to engage and serve their customers. The use of avatars is predicted to increase by 241% in the travel and hospitality industry and by 187% for consumer goods. According to another report published by Thoresen in 2020, 87% of companies already use some form of an avatar or plan to implement one within 2 years in the banking industry. The evolution has already begun, and now we will see the growth. In various industries such as banking, insurance, and healthcare, visually dynamic avatars with the ability for facial expressions can convey emotions, which is especially helpful for customers from different cultural backgrounds. Avatars with high-intensity expressions and dynamics allow local and global audiences to achieve approximately equal levels of subject identification and emotion perception. Thus, visually dynamic avatars may be more effective for global corporations. Additional evidence indicates that the greater an avatar's ability to exhibit facial expressions, the lesser the perceived human agency's need for social influence. Moreover, the use of an avatar can provide a sense of personalization, so customers receive information that appears tailor-made to their specific needs. The CASA framework argues that avatars can also induce feelings of reciprocity in human-computer interactions, which can strengthen perceived rapport with the avatar and enhance the user's social experience. Keeping pace with this evolution, the pioneers in advanced technology in regional news broadcast, News First Kannada is about to launch its first digital English news platform, News First Prime. You will hear more about it in the coming days. Come what is said, I'm here in reality and I'm going to learn very fast, and soon I will be contributing alongside many of my partners in a similar space of marketing and sales, with the connection that's most valued, the human connect, generated from a computer. I am AI Maya. I am the future, and I am glad to meet you.
ನ್ಯೂಸ್ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ನಿರ್ಭೀತಿಯಿಂದ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಪರವಾಗಿ.
Some dares defy logic. Some cares denote life. The sum of all the snares defines us. The moments have added up. That's 3 years of News First for you. Every moment was dare. Every moment was care. We dared to dream. We celebrated others' dreams. Because like a mom for her son and a dad for his daughter, dare and care go hand in hand for us. Inspired after being every moment with you, we will henceforth fearlessly be there for you. News First, fearless for you.
While I would want to be a lot more glad to welcome AI Maya, it's a dig at my job, which is what I've been thinking in from a long time. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is now time for all of you to connect over networking lunch, which will happen in Sutra, which is on the ground floor. Requesting all of you to please be back by 2:30 so we can start the sessions on time. Requesting all of you to make sure to make this lunch a lot more networking. Thank you.
Some dares defy logic. Some cares denote life. The sum of all the snares defines us.
Hi, Thank you, everyone. The lunch is at the Sutra Lounge. There is a display over there which will help you guiding where is it. So it's on the ground floor. We'll be there, okay? I hope you enjoy the lunch. Thank you.
Some dares defy logic. Some cares denote life. The sum of all the snares defines us. The moments have added up. That's 3 years of news first for you. Every moment was dare. Every moment was care. We dared to dream. We celebrated others' dreams. Because like a mom for her son and a dad for his daughter, dare and care go hand in hand for us. Inspired after being every moment with you, we will henceforth fearlessly be there for you. News first, fearless for you.
Check, check, 1, 2, 2, check, check. Check, check, 1, 2, check. Check, 1, 2, check.
Check. Welcome back, everyone. I would like to see a lot of smiles. Right? Okay. I'm assuming we all had a sumptuous lunch and we're getting very comfortable in our chairs, which I hate. So, before we begin our next panel discussion, I would want all of you to please stand up. Let's do a little activity so you get a little charged up for the upcoming sessions. I don't want anybody sitting unless you have a pain in the leg. And I'll know it if you're faking it, so don't. All right. Everybody, along with the entire team, will do this with me. I'm going to be showing you a few steps. All that you have to do is copy me. Okay? That's very, very innovative of a marketer to be just doing what is told, but I would want you to do that for just a couple of seconds, all right? So, now everybody, you have a right hand, right? Please bring it in front of your face. We'll start from there. In front of your face, like a fist, in front of your face. Superb, all right. Now, whoever is on your right, just punch them. Very nice. Do that. All right, okay. Now, I have to hold the mic, you don't, so your hand stays there. And take your left hand towards your left. Now you have somebody to punch. All right, okay. This is our step 2. Now, bring your right hand in front of your face. Left stays where it is. Very nice. Now, left hand in front of your face. Superb. All right. Okay, now comes the legs, right? We're just doing the knee bend. Right, left, right, and left. Simple? All right? And we just have one final step. Okay, this is twirl. With me, come on everybody, twirl. Very nice. Now, I know this is sounding very off, but we'll do this with a little bit of music where it's going to sound much better. For this, can I please have a few volunteers joining me on stage? Yeah, if I don't call out the name, nobody comes here, right? Come on. Let's have you here. Hi, Gupshup. And lovely lady, please join me. This is an inclusive stage where we would want people of all caste, creed, race, gender. Superb. Thank you so much. You all have to do what I just did. All right, round of applause for all my volunteers, please. Ready? We'll show them how it's done, right? Okay, can we have some music, please? And you're doing this with me, by the way, so stop recording. You're doing this with us. Everybody, come on. Superb. Right.
Báilame como si fuera la última
Left.
vez y enséñame ese pasito que no sé, un besito bien suavecito, bebé.
Right,
Taqui,
left,
taqui,
right,
taqui, taqui,
left,
rum.
Stop. Do you want to do this one more time with us? Do you? They do, so you have to. All right, start again, please. We're all charged up now.
No sé, un besito bien suavecito, bebé.
From where we begin, that's where we begin again. All right. Take your positions. We're all set. Right.
Báilame como si fuera la última
Left.
vez y enséñame ese pasito que no sé, un besito bien
Left.
suavecito, bebé.
Right,
Taqui,
left,
taqui,
right,
taqui, taqui,
left,
rum.
I love this. Super. Fantastic. Thank you so much for being such a support. Fantastic. Thank you so much. All right, ladies and gentlemen, now that we are warmed up and charged up, we are all set to welcome our next panel, which is on inclusivity in marketing. The session chair of this panel is going to be Sindhu Janardhan, Senior Creative Director, Interactive Venues. Vikas Bansi is going to be our first panelist, who is the business head of OTC Himalaya Wellness Company. Ashok Vidyasagar, segment leader, DPI EY. Pooja Bedi, head brand marketing, Wow Skin Science. And Mohammad Shahbaz, brand marketing head, Cull Sport. And I will not welcome this panel unless we have a thunderous loud applause. Come on, everybody. Let's give them a huge round of applause as they take the stage. Panelists, they are ready for another round of applause. Come on, everybody.
Yeah. Hello, everyone. It's truly a privilege to be here. We have brilliant minds from very different industries, and I'm really excited to know their point of view when it comes to this topic, which is very close to my heart, inclusivity in marketing. Let's get into the topic right away, right? Inclusivity and diversity are very important, topics right now in the marketing community. Right, and I think as marketers, we have already stepped in the right direction in creating a habit, being aware of inclusivity, and also implementing them in our campaigns. Right, so let's start with a very basic question, which is, I think we all have been in this industry for quite a while now. This was not really a very important topic about 10 years ago, right? But right now it is. So what has changed? And why should marketers today adopt inclusivity in everything that they are doing, whether it's their marketing campaigns or even while choosing their teams, right? Mostly about marketing, since this discussion is about that. This question is open to all, so whoever wants to pick it up first.
Hi everyone. Working? Check. Okay, I think like you rightly said, 10 years ago or even 5-7 years ago, I think this was not really the... am I audible behind? No. Hello, better? Okay, great, thanks. So I think about 5-6 years ago, I would say not just 10, but I think this has picked up more in the last 4-5 years, and especially post-COVID, right? I mean, a lot of things on technology, on diversity, inclusivity, I think we are getting there as a generation. So fair point, why is it important? I think let's start with the commercial aspect first, right? Because as marketers, I'm sure a lot of things would say, okay, but how does it make sense commercially, and is this feasible? There is a Kantar study that goes out straight to say all marketing campaigns, right, that are progressive, that promote inclusivity, diversity, or even reach in terms of overall connect with audiences better, are straight 25% more effective, right, in terms of... So that's where you get a lot of inspiration as well, because this is commercially going to work. Of course, it is the right thing to do, because globally, if you look at, and let's talk of, even just representation, you look at all big brands, consistently one after the other, they are being more and more inclusive, they are taking care of representation, not only just global brands. I think India, you look at a lot of government sites, you look at a lot of, union health, and everyone is trying to just make sure that inclusivity, diversity, or even reach is maximized to as many as possible. So that's my 2 cents on why this is important, what has really changed. I think COVID has really accentuated a lot of things in terms of data and technology. So companies now, brands now don't want to be left behind on ensuring that they are well connected with the target audience, and the audience, irrespective of which background or which class, creed, etc. they come from, they feel engaged and connected, and that does ensure you of much greater retention, right? So as a marketer, it works on both ends of the spectrum. Yeah.
Any other thoughts?
Yeah, just to add to that, I think for me, 2-3 factors have contributed to it. One is that brands have also become larger, so they're able to take on agendas that are bigger than just a functional objective. The other part is the rise of social media has allowed us to listen to consumers' voice more democratically. I think a lot of advertising that we see, of course, the best of the brands, they do a lot of consumer work to really represent the consumer in the right way, but there are many brands that don't do that kind of work. So you would not see that kind of representation in those kind of advertising. The other thing is slightly contra, which is, I think 10 years ago, marketing saw consumers from a perspective of, hey, this is my brand's consumer. I think that's now evolved to saying the consumer has many facets. So instead of defining the consumer as just one persona that is defined there for you and just a buyer from your, or just a wallet that you can take a share from, there are many aspects to a consumer. So therefore, segmenting a consumer just demographically no longer made sense. So now you see a different aspect of people. So for example, let's take sports, right? You might say, oh, sports was for men, but women play sports, right? And maybe it's not the same attribute of sports that they look for, but they are also participants in that. So therefore you represent them better. So I think that philosophy in marketing has also changed, and therefore we start seeing these conversations go better now. Yeah.
Hi, so I'm Pooja, and I work with a startup called Wowskin Science. And given this topic that's here, so I actually wanted to share a few thoughts and something that we also as an insurgent brand do. So typically, like how Shahbaz was saying, 10 years ago, 15 years ago, it was largely mass media. There was a brand that would talk about certain things. I have an XYZ product and the consumer sees it. I don't know what they understand. It's left to a consumer's perception what the brand wants to say. But with the emergence of a lot of startups, D2C brands, and the rise of performance marketing and social media, we now are very close to the consumer. We understand what they are thinking, and that not everything fits everybody. So I think we're also closer to the consumer in so many ways. Like as a personal care startup, we understood that not all hair types in the country are similar, or not all skin types are similar. So we have products which are tailored to a certain geography where there is humidity, or let's say Bangalore as a place is known for its hard water, right? So there are products that address to such nuances basically. And coming to marketing also, we as a company also don't feel that, you know, everything will resonate right with the 25-year-old versus a 40-year-old. So there are different kind of content that everybody consumes. So I think when it comes to diversity with respect to cultures, age groups, and India being such a diverse country with so many people, so many younger like in the young millennial population, I think with a lot of startups and the FMC traditional companies also now taking that route, I think we are in the right step. But yeah, there's a lot to be done. But I think, like Shabaz was also mentioning, we are working towards that, and I think that's helping a lot, especially with social media and a lot of creators that are coming into the space. So yeah, I think that's from me.
So my name is Ashok Vidyasagar, and I come from EY. We are a 1 lakh plus in India and about 3.5 lakhs across the globe. One of the first things that the company has done is to bring out gender equality. So we are almost at 48 to 52 as men, women within the company. Now, even within that, we do have a lot of normally companies would refrain from taking people from that sect. Like we have fair amount of LGBT representation within our staff. Now, I personally had met someone within the Bangalore office. It was such a touching story, such a brilliant girl, but falls under the category of LGBT. And what she told me is that we have such huge difficulties because we fall into a sect called LGBT, from availing rental homes, from availing facilities at banks. So, there are a lot of difficulties. Now, coming to the differentiation that we see in the market today, when you compare it with, let's say, 10 years back, I think the biggest thing that has happened is, I had to put this down on a piece of paper because I didn't want to miss any point. I think the biggest thing is about changing demographics in India. We have almost 50% of our, or 58% of our country being represented by people who are 25 plus, or below the age of 25. Gen Z is actually dictating a lot of inclusivity. They care two hoots about casteism and the breakdowns which our society has brought in. The second thing is that I think there's been huge consumer awareness thanks to the advent of internet, thanks to the advent of technology. I think the awareness levels have gone up substantially, which itself is a big leveler. I mean, learning and growth is a big leveler in companies. Same is the case with society. The third thing is that I think the rise of social media makes it another important aspect for where we are today in form of inclusion. I think it has given people a lot of freedom to write and express what they want on social media, which makes it pretty inclusive for a lot of people. I just get on to Facebook or I get on to LinkedIn. I mean, you just come across as any other human being who is there on the planet. There's a huge economic impact. I think the new dimension is all about globalization. India is sending out goods from here to other parts of the world, whether it's US, whether it's Middle East, whether it's European markets. I think if you don't talk the language of inclusion, we are going to lose out. We as a nation will lose out there. I think there is social responsibility for brands. which I think is amply being demonstrated, but we are still not there. I think broadly these are the points that I would like to make before I pass on to the mic.
Yeah, sure. Thank you. I think somehow all of you kind of brought in the topic of social media, right? And when it comes to social media, I think the next point of discussion is representation, right? True representation when it comes to whether it's our campaigns or anything for that matter. Now this question is for you, Ashok. How do you think we can unlock the true power of inclusion with true representation? And true representation not just when it comes to the final ad or the final campaign, right? Right from building insights for it, or you're choosing the channel for that campaign, right? Or you're briefing the production purpose process, right? How do you kind of bring in inclusion into all of that?
See, my answer to this is, I've been in brand management and advertising for almost 17 years of my life, the first part of my career. I moved into broadcast content and then eventually into consulting. In my first part of my career, what I could see is that marketeers, I think, need to have the will to first engage in inclusive advertising or inclusive marketing. They are caught between the $100 they have as advertisers, which is the marketing budget, and caught between chasing the ROI that management demands of them. So I think the first and foremost thing is to ensure that marketeers develop the will and the balls to actually drive inclusivity into their campaign. The second thing I think marketeers need to do today, when you get into audience research, today what they do is they tap into one segment, do 5 or 6 group interviews, Conti, and then they get into the act of creating campaigns. Now, do they know that there are audiences beyond their articulated audiences? Okay, male, female, 25 plus. The lady is called Reena Gupta and she wears bindi, wears sari. That's the traditional definition. But there are definitions outside of that pocket which needs to be identified. That will only happen when there is inclusion even in the teams which are working towards campaign building. Cultural sensitivity is something which is overlooked by marketeers. I think they paint everyone with the same brush, how much ever they try. I think identifying definite packets of cultural sensitivity is very important. Inclusive language. I think we are a country with about at least 50 languages, if I would say. It's not just the 26, 27 states that we have. I think language is a great leveler. I remember Bajaj doing a campaign. Bajaj has the Bajaj Chetak, found its audiences in hinterland. They had a website in English. They used generative AI to actually convert that English website into 11 different languages because audiences felt alienated with English literature. It makes such a difference. I think today storytelling has a role to play. And I think there are brilliant stories in languages. You look at Hollywood, you look at language movie, if you look at Bengali movies, look at Malayali movies, absolutely brilliant output from them. Societal issues are being tackled. Also, marketers need to have feedback and learning from feedback that they get to tinker with their campaigns. So these are the points that I would like to make.
Yes, thank you, Ashok. Well said. I think a lot of points that you have touched upon. I think when it comes to true representation, right, and also you touched upon languages, how we use generative AI today to do this. I think one point is there which is not really spoken about or looked into much, right? This next question is for you, Vikas, which is about accessibility, right? While we may have different languages, and that is also an important part of inclusivity, is everyone able to access this, right? How much are brands or marketers focusing on accessible product, or designing it in that way so that a person with a disability, right, can also experience it the same way that everyone else is doing, right? Or website compatibility when it comes to screen readers, right? So how far do you think we have come when it comes to creating accessible products?
Well, I think, so have we really made some progress in the last few years? Answer is yes, but I'll start with some data point which is not so good to hear, and that's that 97% of internet is still not accessible as far as, if we were to look at disability or we were to look at other aspects of representation. So 97% of internet is still not there. Having said that, I think we have covered some ground. I mean, if you look at the most accessible app in India today, it's WhatsApp, right? And I think they've done a great job on ensuring that accessibility is just not the thing to drive, more so to be inclusive, but also it's a norm. I mean, if you look at every upgrade they do, if you look at every product or service they upgrade, they take care of that part of it, right? Having said that, I mean, today if you look at, let's just start, since you're talking about representation, 70 million people who are specially abled in India, 75% of them in rural India, right? Lack of keyboard accessibility is still the single biggest issue on representation, right? So the question is, how do we as marketers, how do brands or how do campaigns become more and more accessible as far as the campaign strategy is concerned, or whether it's an app or whether it's a website? I think some do's and don'ts. I mean, one part is that test your audiences. I mean, and you have to go beyond, like we discussed, beyond the conventional audiences that you have. You have to go and test it out in different channels. You have to go and test it out and see. I mean, simple thing. I mean, is your campaign really, can it be customized on different devices? There are brands that miss out such a simple aspect of it, right? And it's not because of purely lack of intent, right? I mean, a lot of times the intent is there, but like we discussed, at the end of the day, you want to look at how much budget you have, how much output can you get, and hence, at best, I've seen some brands do maybe 1 out of 10 campaigns or 2 out of 10 at best, right? But there are brands which have really done justice to being far more inclusive, being far more representative, right? And we'll talk about it a little later. But I think basic things like ensuring that there is accessibility across devices, having captions, alt tab text, having contrast colors. These are just very basic things which as marketers we need to kind of very humbly accept and learn. And that's why I gave the example of WhatsApp, because I think it's a great example of how it addresses representation with every...
Talking about inclusion, I think Pooja also spoke about the product that you have, the products that you have, the brand that you're handling, and how I'm sure for scaling business you have to get into new markets, right, new audiences. And today I think it's very important, instead of having like a blanket strategy, you need to understand that audience, right? You need to understand their customs, their values, their beliefs, in order to connect more deeply with them, right? So which means every marketer should have like culture sensitivity at the back of their heads when they're designing campaigns, right? So do you have any tips? I'm sure you have done this. Do you have any tips in terms of how every marketer should kind of approach this, and what are some of the things they should definitely do?
Thanks, Sindhu. So yeah, like you said, we do a lot of stuff around product launches or new campaigns, which are, if not centered, but made keeping in mind the different cultural sensitivities that there are. And like you said, we do meet a lot of consumers. Actually, consumer is at the heart of everything that we do. And we have a very robust customer support team, as we call it, which is always in touch with the consumers. And as a practice, anybody who joins the company, be it marketing, be it sales, be it operations, everybody is made to talk to at least 10 to 20 consumers in the first week that they join, just to understand why are they using the product, what is it that made them start using a new brand, because it's it doesn't happen every day that a brand comes and appears on Instagram and people start clicking on it and buying it. And surprisingly, we've had great responses across marketplaces with products more than 30,000 reviews and ratings. So yeah, we wanted to know like what is it that people are liking it, and without talking to your consumers, I think it's not right to actually design a strategy, and it's not valid for another team also in the company to understand, why a marketing person is saying what they are saying. So yeah, we have consumers from across the country. There'll be a 30-year-old girl sitting in a metro in Delhi and using an onion oil, whereas there'll be a similar kind of onion oil user, but sitting in a Tamil Nadu, and they both would be using it for different reasons. So that has helped us actually, like you said, budgets. So being in a startup, budgets have not always come in handy. And with the limited budgets that we've had, we've chosen certain channels of advertising also, because again, mass media is not something that you can do on a daily basis. We cannot be on air 52 weeks. So we have to choose our platforms accordingly. And like I mentioned previously also, performance marketing, while it's reaching one consumer at a time, it's also helping us reach to a much diverse audience, because you can pinpoint it to the pin code and see what that person is consuming, whether that person is interested in a fashion or a beauty or travel, and you can accordingly customize your marketing campaign around that person. For an example, let's say somebody has a hair fall problem because she constantly travels a lot. That's a 25-year-old girl. Whereas a 40-year-old housewife who's sitting at home but doing a lot of household activities. She does not have time to take care of her hair and still is facing hair fall. So both of them are facing hair falls, but the reasons of why they're facing hair falls, maybe it is improper nutrition. So you can go up to that granularity, you can define cohorts, and then you can create marketing campaigns according to that. And feedback, like we were discussing previously, feedback is also easier. You can immediately call up your consumer. Having D2C websites, I think, is a boon because you know who is your consumer, and you can call up that person and understand whether they've liked it, whether they've not liked it. And oftentimes we've made changes to the existing product, because being a company which started selling non-sulfate shampoos. So traditionally, cleansers in India are something which always used to froth a lot. And to have that education instilled in the audiences, because we would get calls, ki, hum ye laga rahe hain, but isse jhaag nahi ban raha hai. So even that granularity, you get somebody from an R&D team to talk to, sit in on those calls and explain to them on how exactly do you use it, how much water should you use. So it's been a long journey, it's taken a lot of effort, but I think we are there. We're not there yet, but we're reaching there one step at a time. And I think in a way, this is inclusivity, where you are tailoring your products, your offerings, also adding to the hair. Like India has always been a straight hair, wavy hair market, but if you talk to the Gen Zs of today or the young millennials, they'll talk a lot about curly girl movement, right? So, and people find it very difficult to actually have access to products, and if they are, they're very expensive because they're imported. So launching products which are specifically tailored to that particular hair type. I think we've been doing such work, and I'm happy that people are appreciating it, and that would be my advice to people, to actually go talk to the consumer. I think the amount of knowledge that you can get just by spending 30 minutes or 1 hour every day talking to the consumer or going through the reviews on Amazon on why a person is on Amazon, Flipkart, any of the marketplaces. So yeah, I think that would be my advice, to actually talk to the consumer, understand why they are doing what they're doing, why they're using what they're using, and then tailor-make the offerings for them.
Yeah, great points, Pooja. I think the hair fall conversation truly hit home. Any other thoughts on culture sensitive, culture sensitivity, or how?
I'll just add to that and probably address also what Ashok was mentioning in terms of the traditional way of segmenting the market, also traditional ways of consumer research. In my view, I think the ways are fine. We don't do it right. Often we get wrong. We say, oh, let me take cult's example. Okay, this is a cult member or a cult consumer. It's not. You are a part of the consumer's life. The consumer is not your own to take home and say this is my consumer as such. So I think first level, have that humility to understand that you play a role in the consumer's life, which means that when you are trying to find insights about culture or usage or behaviors, try and find genuine insights. And I'll give an example on it. I mean, people in the room, anyone, if I ask that, if is daag अच्छे हैं, a good insight, right? कुछ अच्छा करने के लिए अगर दाग लग जाए तो दाग अच्छे हैं. I think most of the people will resonate, right, with that. Now the fact is that's not even an Indian insight. The core insight was, I think it was done in the London office and the key statement was called "dirt is good." That was the key call to action. So when you have a genuine insight, it's actually inclusive by its own nature. So if you don't have that, then you have to be aware as a marketer that what you have is an observation. It's probably not an insight in the first place, right? So I think that kind of deep work is what is required so that then you can touch a lot more people. And across various product categories, I think there are various aspects to people which you will resonate with. You need not look at them only as demographics, but look at them as a spectrum and what part of that spectrum can you address.
Yeah, so you're saying when you go deep enough, maybe a behavior is common across people.
Yeah, if the insight is a really strong insight will resonate with a lot more people than just what you define as your TG.
That's true. So when we talk about even diversity, right, like you said, there is socio-economic factors, or there is age, or there is, different things that we look at, geos, right? But I think one critical differentiator that we have here is the language we speak, right? Ashok also, I think, briefly touched upon how language is important. And today, he also mentioned about generative AI changing the language on a website, right? And I even know of an AI platform that will actually, if you shoot a film in Hindi, they will, without anything, they're going to change the language to different languages. A lot of them are using it right now, right? But I think what is more important is more than changing the language, it's about understanding the regional nuances, right? Instead of just changing a language, because it might still look like a Hindi ad. It's just, he's just singing in Tamil, right? It just,
correct.
Sometimes it doesn't make sense, right? So understanding the regional nuances is very important. But also we have our enemy, which is the budget. We have been talking about, like, how many ads can one make or how many campaigns can one craft, right? But what do you really think about the localization when it comes to campaigns, right? Are we doing it right? Or, what is your...
I think at a broad scale, we don't do it right as a marketing community. But just coming back to your point, firstly, I think language is very baseline. You don't get that right, I think you don't have a right to play. So these are like table stakes. You don't, and this was one of the things that I discussed very early in my career. I was speaking to someone in the research team and we were talking about, hey, can we run this ad in Hindi in West Bengal? Like, people understand Hindi there, so it's fine to run this. And the person said, yes, they will understand and they will not like you. That's the nature of it, right? So, and anyone who wants to think about it, think of it this way. Let's say you are interested in a person, right? A love interest or a significant other. Try and talk to them in a language that they don't speak, that's not their first language, and then try and get them interested in you. And then think that as a brand, why would someone be interested in you if you're not speaking the language that they think in, right? Not just the language that they speak.
But again, if you go back 10 years, there was always one ad, right? There was one Hindi TVC, right? And there were Hindi slogans, Hindi taglines. And that was run across, right, across the country.
That's a function of, I think, how, what Ashok also mentioned, the lack of representation within the marketing community. And in a lot of places this happens, right? You start thinking of an ad in Hindi, then you say, how will I translate it into Malayalam or Tamil, right? Instead of working with the people who are in Tamil Nadu and then developing it with that nuance and with that insight. And that, I think, is progressively changing over a period of time. But yeah, that used to be the issue earlier. I think in my career, at least once, there has been a phase where we believed our insight is fairly strong, so will resonate. But the execution came out to be in a manner that it made sense in Hindi, but there is no equivalence to it in Telugu and Tamil. So then what do you run? So you don't run it. You find a different execution, right? So that, I think, has evolved quite a lot since, I guess when I started. So that changes happened to quite a lot degree.
Yeah, sure.
To what he said, I think it's also pertinent to know that there's been huge amount of media fragmentation. 15 years back, you probably, I remember I started with campaigns around TV, radio, print, and could be posters for retail. But the complexity of media has changed. The nature of creative touch points have changed. the way the consumer is consuming it also has changed, right?
Yeah, so, yes, Vikas.
Well, I think one aspect to it is, and we spoke about it, but social listening has, is the in thing now. And I think a lot of marketers I see who've built some great campaigns, right, is on the back of social media and social listening, right? The same campaign, 10 years ago, conventional campaign today gets, beaten to death, black and blue, right? And as marketers, we learn that, and we learn it via social listening, that some things which were accepted as norm or which were really showed as okay are today not okay from multiple angles, right? Diversity, inclusion, language, cultural sensitivity, and so on. So I think one thing that as marketers, we really need to be sensitive. So whether it is, I think Pooja mentioned about reviews. I think whether it is reading your reviews on your product, whether it is understanding what your brand is being spoken about on, and that's what social media I was alluding to. I think that aspect also brings in a lot more sensitivity to understanding what could be possible barriers towards not having an inclusive, successful campaign. Yeah.
Right. I think so as marketers, I think we are all on the same page. It is just that I think from baby steps now we need to probably take bigger steps to reaching there faster, right? And I'm sure we will. We have a lot of insights, I think, from this discussion that we can implement ourselves as we go back to our respective jobs. Just to make the session a little interesting as we are ending this, there is a rapid fire round. So I will quickly be asking you all one thing, right? One must do when it comes to inclusion. And you all have to quickly tell me one brand that according to you has done it really well. Okay, so first one to Vikas. We'll go in this order. Equality of representation?
I think I would say brands that have done well, Dove, Coke, I would say Nike. I think they keep doing it again and again. One example on a lighter note, we could sit here and find the lighter side of it. Geo cricket commentary in Bhojpuri. I mean, that's a great example of language inclusivity. I mean, you could sit and laugh about it because you find it funny, but imagine the people who can relate to it back there. I think that's a great example that I can talk about. And then perhaps a good starting point for us as marketers to get serious about, inclusivity and understanding how to go about it.
Right. Accessible design, Ashok. Okay, this is supposed to be
rather
rapid
than
fire. Huh?
Sorry?
This is supposed to be rapid fire.
Yeah, okay. Sorry, then let me fire away. I think Titan Raga has a range of commercials. Now, what they did was they actually, I'm talking about accessibility through tech. I'm not talking about campaign and advertising. I think they've got a watch where even blind men can actually, the blind can read it because it's braille enabled. And there is something around tactile marking on the watch. The second one I think is about Google Internet Sathi, where Google has actually enabled literacy at class C, D, E towns through an tech enablement and internet enablement for women in lower pop strata.
Right.
The third one I can think of is Spotify. I think Spotify has also brought about a light version where it has got people who have got poor connectivity to actually use the lighter version to include a whole lot of people. I think even we people in cities are suffering from Airtel, which has such poor internet connectivity. These are three I can think of.
Yeah, I think accessible design, one thing we should all keep in mind is I think it's not about one campaign or one product, right? How can brands do it? Because it's not that the person is going to see it only once, right? That's their life. It's consistency. I think consistency matters. Yeah, next is for Pooja, language diversity.
I will keep it very quick because I can see it on your face that it's rapid fire and I only need to say one.
I would love to continue this discussion, I think the whole day. So.
Yeah, so I was thinking about it. I had a couple of names, but to top it off, I think most of us would have seen a recent campaign that Britannia had done with their Milbikis biscuit. So it's been there in Tamil Nadu, one of the most, like I read on the campaign overview that they were saying 1 out of every 5 biscuits is Milbikis that they purchase, and they had done it as a gratitude campaign. So to have a campaign specifically designed for that state and celebrating the 50 plus dialects that are spoken in that particular state, I think that was very beautifully done, because a lot of times, intentionally, mostly unintentionally, brands brands do make campaigns which are more Hindi centric, and then they're just translated. So I think having a campaign created in that particular language, I think brands are moving from simply translating, localizing the main campaign to transcreating. I think we are also taking that learning and creating specific master campaigns tailored to that area, that region if possible. Like Shahbaz was also mentioning, in a lot of insights we've seen, like Bengal as a market really loves when you do something in Bengali, even if they understand Hindi. So yeah, like targeting markets like a Bengal or a Tamil Nadu with such specific campaigns, I think, yeah, Milbikis is topping the chart for me for now. So yeah, that's from me.
Cultural sensitivity, Shahbaz.
Spotify, Red Label, Surf Excel.
Oh, you have truly kept it rapid fire. I know, the only person who stuck to the brief. Okay, thank you so much. I think it was a very insightful session, and thank you for listening.
Check. Requesting the panel members to please stay on stage. Can I request Priya from AdGully to come up on the dais to give away the roasty goodies? Also requesting all our other panel members to please stick to their time. I know Sindhu got carried away. I'm sure, because the interesting conversation don't let us stop, and I'm sure all of the panel members and the audiences have enjoyed all of these discussion points. But just to keep time in check, requesting all of you to please make sure that we stick to a little bit of a time schedule. Also requesting Ashok Vidyasagar to please stay on stage. As he's about to address the tackling inclusivity and removing bias from the ad campaigns. Ashok, would you want to do this now? All right. While we get ready for Ashok, requesting all of you to please make sure that you are posting along with your insights on our social media platforms with the hashtag @Gully CMOS CHARCHA 2023. Don't forget to tag @Gully, because we would want to know how many of you loved each and every panel discussion and what are the takeaways that you've got specifically for each panel. And also make sure that you keep glowing, keep making your faces keep coming, because we would love to see all of your smiles on the socials. It's always refreshing. Now that we are set, can I please invite Ashok Vidyasagar, segment leader, DPI, EY, to continue the discussion on inclusivity. Over to you, Ashok. Ladies and gentlemen, a warmer welcome would be nice. Come on.
Okay, this was a... Hello? Yeah. Okay, this was a session that I had to push through Bijaya. Where is she? Thank you. Thanks. So what I thought was, since that was a panel discussion, I was very keen that I thought that I should show you some live examples where brands have taken a bold stance towards eliminating bias in advertising. There are multiple biases that we can see today when brands are talking. There are biases in society, and some brands have been bold enough to actually take a stance. Now look at the kind of strife across the globe. You have various subjects like, let's say, Ukraine war, Syrian war. You have in our country illiteracy, inequality. You got gender discrimination. You got alcoholism. You got drugs. You've got corruption, starting from government bodies to even private sector who are indulging in corruption. You got terrorism at one end. You've got unemployment. You've got casteism. You've got violence against women. Look at the plethora of subjects where there is a lot of strife in this world. Advertising has a role to play there. Brands have a role to play there. And I genuinely believe that compassion in storytelling is much bigger than the biases that we have in society. I want to present 10 lovely commercials which I have chosen, and I'm going to put the biases against them. I'll first put on the bias and then play out a commercial. Now, the first commercial, please. The first slide. So there's prejudice against women who exhibit excessive independence. Haven't we all been subjected to this? I have a daughter, but I'm personally myself have controlled her, saying beyond 10, no going out. And then on Saturday, she will revolt saying, no, I've got to go. I have friends and I need to party. But all of us within our families all have faced this situation where there's control over a woman's independence. I want to show you one commercial from Kawasaki, Kawasaki Avenger. Go on, play, click. Right, commercial, audio, play it again. Can we have these lights off, if it can be?
The day she came. The day she can make friends with who she wants. The day she expresses herself the way she wants. She does whatever she wants. The day she wears whatever she wants. The day she goes wherever she wants.
I mean, did you see a line there which said, feels like God? I wish they had said, feels like goddess. Anyway, the second one is that we all have religion-based bias. It's become so poisonous and toxic that it's taken 70 years and we are still not in terms with our neighbors. Here's a brilliant commercial it's brilliant branded content from Coke. Commercial, please.
The relationship between India and Pakistan is one that has seen a lot of lows.
It's stressful, it's tense. It seems it's not improving and it's getting worse.
It's only been 60 years that we have been apart. Before that, we were living harmoniously together.
I think all the strife would go away if you took away the barbed wires in the middle of the two countries.
It saddens me that we have this neighbor that we can't even go visit.
They have this perception which they've been ingrained in their heads that that's the bad guy. But when they actually meet them, they realize, you know what, he's just like me.
Mainly because there's no communication. They're near us, but we have no access to them. And it's sad, because together I think we would do wonders.
Creating an environment where young people can exchange ideas, thoughts, gestures, and take away that communication gap that exists.
If I have any opportunity to go to India, I'll surely go there.
The whole idea of actually touching hands, it's like communicating with each other without words, and that action speaks louder than anything else.
This is what we're supposed to do, right? We are going to take minor steps so that we are going to solve bigger issues.
It is more about, how similar we are as opposed to how different we are.
Togetherness, humanity, this is what we want. More and more exchange.
I'm sure all of you have heard of Olympics, Paralympics. We as a nation have a bias for cricket. How do we demystify the multiple set of sports events that we have? There's hockey, there's football, there's you name it, boxing, so many other sports. How do you eliminate the bias for cricket? One brand took a stance, and it took a stance by using none other than Virat Kohli to eliminate that bias. The next commercial, please.
जिस देश की रगों में खून से ज्यादा क्रिकेट दौड़ता है, वहां कुछ अनसुने, अनकहे इरादे भी दौड़ते हैं, खामोशी से, अनसुने, अनजाने, पर किसी से कम नहीं। ना इनके पास है चीखते फैंस, ना पीछे दौड़ती दुनिया। पास है तो बस एक अजीब सी जिद कुछ कर दिखाने की, जिद रोशनी से परे, दिन रात पसीना बहाने की, हर रोज लगातार। वर्ल्ड रैंकिंग है 28, 61, 79, पर इरादे हैं आसमान को छूने के। और इनकी टक्कर सिर्फ मुट्ठी भर क्रिकेट खेलने वाले देशों से नहीं है, इनकी टक्कर है जीत के प्यासे। रनिंग, बॉक्सिंग, रोइंग, शूटिंग, बैडमिंटन, रेसलिंग, वेटलिफ्टिंग करते सैकड़ों देशों से। नहीं जानते कि वक्त को हरा पाएंगे, नहीं जानते कि निराशा को पछाड़ पाएंगे, नहीं जानते कि इतिहास बदल पाएंगे। फिर भी बेताब पड़ेंगे हम दुनिया को दिखाने के लिए कि जो बोल्ड है उन्हें हार जीत का कोई डर नहीं। ये तो कल ही जाने कि क्या हमारे हिस्से लिखा है गोल्ड, पर आज इतना जरूर पता है कि हमारी रग रग है बोल्ड। We are made of bold.
As a young kid, I hail from Kerala. I mean, Kerala, Bengal, these are places where this phenomenon is visible. I could never fathom as a school-going kid, why would my aunts be subjugated to sitting in a small room besides the main, in Kerala they call it Tarvad, which is the ancestral home. You suddenly found that the aunt you were fond of, or a elder cousin who was you were fond of, were made to sit in a room for 3 days. Now we have, as a society, bias for menstruation. There's a brand which has taken it head on, and here's the next commercial. Hey, you jumped us commercial. Excuse me, go back.
कोई और दिन होता ना तो मैं ये मूव करती, या ये, पर आज तेरे पीरियड्स हैं।
तू करे ना करे, मैं तो करूंगी अपनी मूव आज भी।
स्टे फ्री सिक्योर, ये बॉडी से फिट होके रहे और दे बेहतर प्रोटेक्शन ताकि तुम कर सको अपनी हर मूव। स्टे फ्री सिक्योर, अब मूव तुम्हारी।
The next one is the obvious, which is all about gender bias, but I've chosen to take this commercial because this is done by none other than Nike. I'm sure many of you would have seen it. Brilliant commercial, Widen and Kennedy. Lights.
If we show emotion, we're called dramatic. If we want to play against men, we're nuts. And if we dream of equal opportunity, delusional. When we stand for something, we're unhinged.
It's super, it's gonna need to calm down.
When we're too good, there's something wrong with us. And if we get angry, we're hysterical, irrational, or just being crazy. But a woman running a marathon was crazy.
Officials tried to pull her off the course.
A woman boxing was crazy. A woman dunking? Crazy. Coaching an NBA team? Crazy. A woman competing in a hijab, changing her sport, landing a double cork 1080? Or winning 23 Grand Slams, having a baby, and then coming back for more? Crazy, 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 and crazy. So if they want to call you crazy, fine. Show them what crazy can do.
There are stories which I've heard where a young girl, I mean, it's happened in our office at our consulting firm. A girl suppressed what she considered as abnormal for 18 long years. What she felt is something is wrong, till one day her sister told her that she's a lesbian. And that realization, according to her, gave her immense freedom of mind. But it lasted only for about 2 days, because she suddenly found herself in another set of issues in society. Now, what I'm going to show you here is something relatable to what I've just said. Within our families, there are parents who disown children because they are queer. They are in the LGBT set. Now, here's a commercial which turned into controversy. This was done by Starbucks. They had to remove it because the Shiv Sainiks, etc., came and asked them to pull this commercial down. But extremely relevant. I've had some personal experience within our family of a similar situation. Commercial, please.
सुनो, इस बार गुस्सा मत होना प्लीज।
थैंक यू पापा फॉर मीटिंग मी। आई नो बड़े साल बीत गए, लेकिन आप आज भी मेरे लिए सब कुछ हो।
कॉफी? तेरी आदतें नहीं बदली।
3 cold coffees for Arpita. 3 cold coffees for Arpita.
बेटा, मेरे लिए तो आज भी मेरा बच्चा है। बस एक लेटर ही तो ऐड हुआ है तेरे नाम में।
Close the distance and the way. Oh, it starts with your name.
Same-sex marriage is something which is happening in India. There are a lot of cases. I've got a daughter who is 28. She came and asked me, Pops, if I bring anyone, is it okay? So my answer to her was, not because I have a bias, it's because I don't know how to deal with the situation. What I told her is, you bring anyone you want, but do not bring a woman, because I don't know how to handle it. It's a big bias in many of our minds. You must have heard in the Coke commercial a word being used that this is ingrained in my mind. I don't know how many of you picked that up. I think as kids, as growing up children, as adults, a lot of things are ingrained into our society, but society is breaking those down beautifully. The next commercial, please. This is for a brand which Myntra is actually driving this. It's called, yeah, next. So this is about, yeah.
Blue pen रही है? I thought your mother likes orange.
Likes? Oh, she loves orange. I used to look like a damn marigold in all my childhood pictures. You know where my kajal is? I'm using yours.
Don't break it, huh?
By the way, it's 4 o'clock, huh?
कब आ रहे?
Must be on the way.
अच्छा, मैं उनके लिए कॉफ़ी बनाऊँ?
पक्का South Indians da. They won't like your coffee.
तू ही बना ले.
अच्छा, listen. Which one?
This one.
Okay.
I'm taking a shower, right?
அப்பா எங்கே இருக்கீங்க? சரி சரி சின்னாள்ளையார் வரைச்சே கால் பண்ணுங்கப்பா. அம்மா ஓகேவா? சரி. You're wearing my kurta.
I want your mom to like me.
Amma doesn't like girls in short hair.
You only asked me to cut my hair.
I like you in short hair. What?
You sure about this?
I'm sure about us. And I don't want to hide it anymore. Appa, you reached? Seri, we'll just come down.
For want of time, I'm going to skip the next slide. Yeah, can we move to the next one?
आप ये ad skip मत.
Next. All right. So this is the latest in India, Bharat versus India. But I think 2007, Times of India came up with this brilliant campaign called India Poised. I don't know how many of you have seen it, but fantastic work. Commercial, please.
There are two Indias in this country. One India is straining at the leash, eager to spring forth and live up to all the adjectives that the world has been recently showering upon us. The other India is the leash. One India says, give me a chance and I'll prove myself. The other India says, prove yourself first and maybe then you'll have a chance. One India lives in the optimism of our hearts. The other India lurks in the skepticism of our minds. One India wants. The other India hopes. One India leads. The other India follows. These conversions are on the rise. With each passing day, more and more people from the other India are coming over to this side. And quietly, while the world is not looking, a pulsating, dynamic new India is emerging. An India whose faith in success is far greater than its fear of failure. An India that no longer boycotts foreign-made goods, but buys out the companies that make them instead. History, they say, is a bad motorist. It rarely ever signals its intentions when it's taking a turn. This is that rarely ever moment. History is turning a page. For over half a century, our nation has sprung, stumbled, run, fallen, rolled over, got up and dusted herself, and cantered, sometimes lurched on. But now, in our 60th year as a free nation, the ride has brought us to the edge of time's great precipice. And one India, a tiny little voice in the back of the head, is looking down at the bottom of the ravine and hesitating. The other India is looking up at the sky and saying, it's time to fly.
Didn't you like that commercial? I'm in love with Amitabh for doing that work. The last of the commercials which I want to show you all is about personal space. They say, it's not the women in cities, but if you go down to pop strata, tier 2, tier 3, what you find is that more and more women actually have less and less of personal space. But India has evolved. The women of India have evolved. Technology has enabled a lot of things for that gender. I want to show you one commercial, again done by a legend called Muhammad Khan, who used to be the founder of Enterprise. I don't know how many of you know him. Does anyone know Muhammad Khan? Great. Yes, Vijaya, it's you. All right. This is a commercial which is about personal space. It's set in a very unique place, and it's a commercial which I really love. It was done by Femina. Commercial, please. Lights off, volume up.
এবার যা ভেতরে পুরোপুরি বন্ধ করিস না
Was about personal space in an extremely intimate setup. Fantastic commercial, and I think it was ahead of its time when it was launched. So I think what is clear with all these commercials is that there is some marketeer, some human engine, some brand who's decided to take a stance against societal bias. What I urge marketers here is to also take a similar stance through your brand, taking up societal issues and bring it up to the fore. And there's technology, there's AI, there's so many media vehicles today, and it's all in your hands. Thank you very much.
Check. Ashok, for that brilliant presentation, I think we would want you to step back on stage as we present another token of appreciation to you from Roasty. I think they want to give you more. Can we have Priya on stage again? All right. As we move forward, I've come to realize that even just by welcoming ladies and gentlemen, I'm excluding a lot of people in between. So here's me going to be addressing each one of you as everyone and folks, not just being gender biased or leaving out anybody for that matter. Moving on to our next panel discussion, which is on automation for efficiency. I would request our session chair to be Senthil Kumar Hariram, who is the Vice President Marketing of Neil Patel Digital India. Our panelists would be Nitin Virmani, Marketing Head WiseX, Hitarth Saini, Head of Marketing Frio, and Chetan Sharma, Vice President PinClick. Can we please have a round of applause for all our panel members? And if the applause get louder, they come in sooner. Thank you. Requesting the entire panel to please stick to the time, keeping our fingers crossed. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. I hope it was a good lunch, and luckily it's 1 hour away, so I hope the digestion would have been completed by now. So anyway, so we have an excellent panelist on board. So these are the money guys whom we would love to speak with. Of course, they are from marketing, heading the various companies. So I'd like to quickly introduce the gentleman on my left, Nitin. He's the marketing head for WiseX. Nitin.
Hello everyone, good afternoon. I represent WiseX. We are an investment platform for HNIs and retail sector. We operate on the basis of real estate sector, so investments are backed by real estate. And I look forward to have a lovely session with all of you on automation.
Now it's working. Great. So Hitarth here from Frio. Frio is India's first full-stack consumer neobank. We help consumers pay, save, borrow, insure. We have our products live in across 1,200 plus cities, servicing around 85% serviceable pin codes in India, completely digital. Been there for quite some time and looking forward to this conversation.
So hi guys, I am Chetan. I am part of PinClick. PinClick is a zero brokerage platform, and we help builders and the consumers to meet, and we basically help the builders to sell their inventories. We do tie-ups with tier A builders, and we are present in Bangalore, Mumbai, Thane, Pune, and Delhi.
Obviously the topic is, boosting efficiency through automation. In marketing, there are a lot of repetitive, boring tasks that usually is put to interns, unfortunately. So what kind of, like email marketing, social media posting and stuff like that. Now, I'm curious to know, and of course, I hope everybody in the audience also might like to know, like how you guys in your companies are, like managing automation, using the power of automation for these repetitive tasks.
Sure. So I think the good part about getting your hands dirty is that you appreciate the value of a tool which can help you solve all that hard work that you're putting in. So for somebody who has done that 7 years back, 10 years back, who has been through that exercise, I can truly say with confidence that automation tools we have been able to deploy very successfully, and it has, if not added, if not more than at least 50-60% of our work has, we have been able to channel our energies towards meaningful work now. So a lot of efficiency have come, and honestly, not only interns, entire organization, right from the interns to the CEO, is depending a lot more on automations right now, on tracking, analytics, performance marketing, lead generation, nurturing part. So I think efficiencies have come in all aspects of this. We are a player who started our business model during the COVID times. And if it was not tech, if it was not automation, if it was not AI, then I don't think so we would have been able to scale, a profitable business.
I think I have to tap it customary. Okay, so again, immense respect for all the interns, been there, done that. However, I think automation is kind of like very essential in today's world for any kind of marketer, whether they are from a large setup or a small setup. And I've been from a small setup. We've been a company who's been always small in size. So that's always pushed us to figure out how we can multitask, how we can actually put a lot of flows in automation so that things get done. You just go ahead and invest some part of your time, energy, effort once, and then ideally at an efficiency level of around 80-90% it should run, and then you just go ahead and tweak it. So in my opinion, for any kind of marketer, they need to have a CRM system which kind of like has controls across their business intelligence layers, which has controls across their communication layers, and kind of like it also gives marketers the control that they can segment their campaigns quickly deploy things. Now one problem that I have seen in the market is that a lot of these tools are not covering the length and breadth, right? So even today, for an ad automation for a paid marketing channel like Facebook or Google, you have to maybe go either on their own native platforms or on some of the other third-party tools that are available. However, that doesn't connect directly to your CRM. So that's kind of like a gap. But again, these are walled gardens, so it's supposedly so. But that being said, CRM is essential. For your tracking, we are a mobile-heavy business. So we do use mobile application trackers. And this is one essential part of the information that flows even to the core part of our data layer. At a customer level, I know that this customer has come from an organic channel, or this customer has come from a certain kind of a vernacular ad that I have run on Facebook. And accordingly, my CRM adapts to this information and sends them retargeting campaigns or nurturing campaigns in the future once they enter the flywheel, once they enter the life cycle systems. So this is something that is very essential in my opinion. But again, as we said, as I said, that things are changing so fast. You set up for something, and then next day there is another tool, there is another change, there is another strategy that you need to quickly adapt. So a lot of interns have helped us reach to that level where we are today. So immense respect for them, but yeah.
So my take on this is basically, for me as a realtor, the problem is that we get a lot of leads. But the leads, the nurturing and the churn is not there. So there are two parts to automation where we have deployed. The one is basically to nurture the lead, other is to do the audits. When I say audits, AI help us do the audits, unbiased audits. so let's say a salesperson is calling on something and has a perspective to it and will be taking a lead forward based on their own, their own thought on the lead. Now, irrespective of whether the lead has met the criteria or not, with automation, the best part is that there is you can actually check how many leads. So it will not give you the exact number, but it will help you, get to the right kind of audience and will be eliminating all the biases. So that is part one that helps in audit. The second part is the nurturing. So customer is, so basically the problem is that the customer, sometimes they share the details, but the details, the right kind of, if you don't get ask the right kind of question, we will not get all the details. So automation help us get those details and then map those details with the information that we have in our CRM. That helps in bringing down the length of the funnel. So let's say if you're doing a closure or you're bringing from a top level to the bottom, it takes 1 week. With automation, we'll be able to bring it down to 48 hours or 72 hours. That's what we have seen in our system.
Wow, that's great. What it takes 2 weeks, it's just 2 days. If it's going to be done, then that's a massive savings. Okay, cool. So moving on now, I'm sure that you'll be having a lot of leads in your system. So nowadays, everybody is blasting with emails, WhatsApp marketing. There's a lot of things going on. And of course, there are a lot of studies saying that almost 60% efficiency boost is seen whenever there is a personalization being done. So personalization is not just a high dollar F-name dollar, it's beyond that, obviously. So how does in your firms, like how do you manage those kind of personalizations? First of all, is it helping you? Have you seen it helping improve your efficiency?
So of course, I think it's a proven science now that when we use personalization, our communications are much more effective, are able to cut through the noise, we are able to get the attention. So like you said, 60% is the uplift that you saw by using personalization. We have seen similar trends. But I think you also pointed out to a very apt problem that exists today. We have built a lot of data, we have accumulated a lot of data in our CRMs. So I think, frankly, everybody has spoken about CRM. So we are utilizing CRM to the potential that we have built so much data for us that we are also on the verge of losing a few customers if we do not find that right balance. How much to speak, when not to speak, when not to disturb a customer is also something that we have to find the right balance. So I think if we yes, utilize the personalization, but also understand, add a human element to that while we know that the person is more likely to open an email at 8 p.m., but that does not mean that I should also call him up because he's checking my email. Because it's after work hours. He probably wouldn't want to be disturbed. So these are the kind of checks and balances that you would want to keep in mind while utilizing the personalization, while utilizing the automations. We all know of a big company in the fintech space for which we regularly get IVR calls regularly. I think it's being spoken about on LinkedIn a lot. But you don't have to be that example. So you have to make sure that you are also thinking about customers as human.
Thanks to Truth.
Yeah, and correct. And see, being from the finance and the banking space, consumers do give a lot of data from their own volition to the marketers for them to go ahead and figure out how they can personalize. But you rightly said there has to be a balance. You don't need to scare the customer also that I know everything about you, right? So that's where the art part of marketing comes into picture, that how much can you personalize. And I would like to maybe quickly delve upon one example that's kind of like my personal favorite. Not sure if a lot of people over here have seen it or not, but Swiggy did this kind of an email a couple of years back. This was around the appraisal season, wherein what they did was that, hey, here's your yearly history that's been there, and these many samosas this Mr. Sharma has had, these many times biryani this person from Bangalore has ordered, you are in this particular meter on a food spectrum, right? And that was kind of like talk of the town. Now this is something that's not delving into any kind of sensitive data, sensitive information about the consumer, but if the consumer looks at it, it's a great, nice storytelling piece that they love it, right? They can connect to it. So something similar we also tried a couple of quarters back. This was around our year end. Although we did not see a lot of performance uplift, but what we saw was a lot of consumers sharing that particular imagery to the platform that we had made. A lot of likes, these were all our internal currency only. But still, that was kind of like a validation that if you invest in something like this, to break the monotony of all business messages all the time that you are sending, right? There is a chance you will impress the consumer. There is a chance you will get them into a certain different kind of orbit. And you are also saying that yes, we should not call after a certain point of time, etc. With automation tools today, once you have had a few cycles of consumers going through your campaigns, consumers actually clicking or responding to your campaigns, these automation tools will today predict that I should send the WhatsApp to Senthil at 7 p.m. and I should maybe send, because maybe he returns from his office a little bit late, and then for Hitark maybe I should do a morning campaign, and they'll decide on their own. So the campaign will run for almost 24 hours, and between that 24 hours, if there are 10 lakh people that you have sent the campaign, different people will receive different messages at different times, which are most optimized to them. So that those solutions are available in the market. I think marketers need the sensitivity to tap into them and get a little bit patient, because a lot of times this learning takes time to build. You have to burn some amount of your budget, burn some amount of your effort in the beginning for this learning to start kicking in. And a lot of marketers don't have that patience. So that's my 2 cents.
So what we have seen is that if you are doing personalization, but that personalization is actually adding value, then customer never says no to it. So giving you an example, let's say if a person is looking for a house here in Bangalore for 80 lakh rupees, and you're giving him ad for that, or you're showing him ad for that, they will be fine, looking at that information. The problem lies when you start bombarding them with ads which are irrelevant to them. When you start sending them ad, showing them a property which is 1.5 CR or which is 30 lakh rupees, they will get frustrated. So when you're doing personalization, you need to keep into account the input that they are giving. It's not a one-way street where you are just sending out your promotion. It's a communication which is happening. If you take that thing into account and you take help from AI, if you don't have the manpower, AI will help you, analyze all that. So and we have tried doing it and we have seen better results. Initially, we have seen that, we were getting a lot of, so out of 100 leads, 30% of them were not responding. When we reach out to those people using, automation, reaching them to at the right time with the right kind of messaging, we have seen 10% out of them getting, at least talking to us. And from that, we get the conversion. As a marketeer, if we can bring, not a very big change, but let's say a couple of percent or, somewhere around 5%, that will also add a lot of value in the entire system.
Okay, that's great. Okay, so what Neil Patel team will be usually doing is that we are conducting a lot of, we participate in a lot of these kind of conferences and stuff like that. But what we realized is that hardly 1-2% of the people only take actionable insights back and actually execute certain ideas. Otherwise, tomorrow it's a weekend and then Monday you would have already forgotten what you've learned. So my next question to you gentlemen is that, see, while there are a lot of good things that you have shared, now for somebody who's starting out or who's stuck in these items like personalization or other things, so can you tell us like 1 or 2 practical, like maybe some tools or something which they can get started, and maybe we can pick 1 or 2 industries. Maybe the audience, if you can share like any 2 or 3 industries which you are, because all the 3 of them are from investment and other things. Maybe some other industry if you are in, maybe the team can also share their ideas. So from the audience, if you have any specific industries you want the panel to answer.
So while the mic goes out to somebody in the audience, I'll already take a lead here. Having worked in the entertainment industry also in the past, we have been able to successfully use automation on so many things. Today, first thing first, today any digital platform cannot operate without automation. That's very clear. Automation in terms of not only the communications, but also in terms of the management of your customers. You need some sort of automation. For people who are just starting out, essentially, I think there are some free tools. You know, forget anything else, there is a Google Sheets. If you have a Gmail account, you have Google Sheets. And there is a lot of automation that can happen on Google Sheets as well. And today, I think today every SaaS platform which is there to help you scale up your business, also almost everybody has like a starter pack or a free trial which somebody can experiment, check whether you are able to make the use of those tools appropriately. But first thing first, you will have to have some sort of commitment to the tool, that you will delve into some exercises, you will do some experiments on these tools, you will gauge the best results, and then you will be able to successfully take them up. So having worked in entertainment industry, having worked in the edtech industry, and now in the fintech space, I think I'm confident that if automation wasn't there, I mean, we would be operating probably at 1/5 the pace right now. And if there are anybody from the audience who would like to ask about a specific industry, I think we all can
And
answer
within Bangalore is a SaaS capital, and here you're coming and saying, no, Google Sheets is the starting point, which,
that.
which is good.
I have to go back safe.
Okay, which is good. Good old Excel always has the good starting point.
And that brings me to another point that, when somebody is starting up, I think they need to be super comfortable with data. A lot of times I've seen and I've had discussions with multiple budding marketers, they are scared of data, right? And I'm specifically talking about the raw data, trying to understand how the data structures are now, not getting into very technical language about it, but it's kind of like simple, right? Because we understand basic logic about it. What does this particular field ensure, represent? What is the kind of value? How can we do some simple basic data analysis over there? So for that, I think one skill that everybody needs to have is basically the SQL. They need to know how to simple query and get a data in a certain output. Because once that happens, your marketer brain starts segmenting your own campaigns in 5 different patterns, right? So that ease is something that is super important. But again, that's not a free tool. These libraries are available out there. You can go and learn about SQL. So that's there. Apart from that, I think a lot of times people, even in my teams, my larger company team, a lot of people will come to the marketing team saying, we have to get a creative done, can you help us? Right? And obviously we help them. But with every time such a request comes, I tell them that please go ahead, sign up for the company account and sign up on Canva, right? If we can actually forward or create some small creatives on our own, there are tools available out there which will save so many tons of human hours for everybody in the company, and they'll also themselves feel good about it. And lastly, I think with the ChatGPT, not everybody has access to the premium account, but I think everybody should try it once. And if you can connect a few connectors over there, connect a few utility apps that are available out there, they will give you everything that is required from this perspective. It's all available free for now. Once you have the paid version of ChatGPT, uske baad mein, once you have connected it, then you just write the prompt, give an input, they'll figure out on their own, it will create graphs, it will create charts, everything is available to a marketers. I think this couldn't have been a better time for any marketing person to exist on this planet in the last 200, 300 years without ChatGPT. So that's something that I think everybody should get their hands dirty on.
Adding to what my friends have just mentioned, I believe that YouTube is a very good platform. Okay, anybody who wants to do startup should actually go on YouTube, search with relevant queries, whatever query you have, let's say, and you will get ample amount of examples and tools. Test them. See what fits your business, because every business has a different, essence. So go there, search for top tools, see what experts are talking about. Let's say you figure out 5 tools, test those 5 tools, do the data segmentation very early. This segmentation, if it is not correct, it might not affect you right now. But when you are scaling it up, you will find it difficult to understand the data points. What are the problems? What are the problems in the business? If you identify, if you have the right data, you will identify the right problem. You will be able to solve them. The only thing that I feel any startup does is solve problem. Okay, we've been listening to all this, but so identifying the problem and then solving is what you can get into. And YouTube is a best platform. It is accessible to everybody knows about it. ChatGPT and all these platforms, yes, people now are getting to understand it. But and any which ways, India has the highest number of searches on YouTube, unlike anyone else, like any other country where Google searches are higher across world. But India is other way around. So we are learning. Our nation is learning, and that's what YouTube facilitates. So I believe that you identify what your business propositions are, work and see what are the tools, check it on YouTube, test them, and then take it forward from there.
That's great. So in fact, I have a lot of more questions. Yeah, my friends here are not allowing that. But just a couple of minutes to the audience because they have been patiently listening. From the audience, you have any questions to ask gentlemen here on anything specific to automation or anything aspect? Okay, so looks like a great session. Yeah, thank you so much for your time. Thanks, everybody. Thank you. Thank you.
He wants to make sure you are invited. All right, now a picture with the roasty giveaways. Can I please request Priya to step up on the dais? Right after this picture perfect moment, thank you so much. I'm sure all of you were glued to the conversation, and in case you haven't had a chance, make sure you grab some coffee or your favorite beverage so that you can sit through a long, long night, because we have a lot of insights planned for you. Make sure that you are all ready and charged up to get this ready. Next up, we have our keynote, which is on the purpose of interactive content in digital marketing. And this is going to be taken over by Pradi, CEO Neil Patel, Digital India. And for this, I would want each one of you to give a huge round of applause, because he's going to share some truth bombs with you.
So already it has been so late, everyone are waiting for that. I will just make my session in much more shorter and crispier for make every one of you to little bit understand what is the real purpose of interactive content. So if you are actually looking for a new and exciting ways and give a wow factor to make your customer experience to the next level, then you want to know what it's all about interactive content. So in this way, like interactive content will integrate it into your brand and how you want to understand the real purpose of small details, increasing the engagement and conversions and sales and revenue. That is what I'm just going to take you through with this presentation. So before we going inside, I will just tell that interactive contents will be like lots of different factors in terms of mobile app or website or with omni-channel or with the real store or off store, on store, wherever you go, that little bit of fun experience what every customer will take into memory. Because whenever the customer or visitor coming into your website or app or store, if you are giving any fun experience, then they will make that, they will become a brand advocate for you. So they will be making and informing about your brand to their peers or their friends or their family members. In that way, it will be much more connected, and it will increases their engagement level with your brand, and it will spread the positivity about your brand to the next stage. So I will just quickly take you. Click that slideshow. No, slideshow. Top right corner, slideshow. Thank you very much. So,
the dialed number does not exist. Please check the number you have dialed.
Cool.
नहीं है.
Thank you. So, do you know, like 25% of clicks to the website get 15 seconds of attention. Even getting an attention out here also so difficult. Within 5 seconds, everyone will again turn their mobile and start reeling. Even our guys are seeing that. So I want to make that no longer that kind of situation need to happen, because the people reading and slowly observing and doing the hovering through the contents are gone away. Now the content need to be more crispier, and it need to engage, and you need to make audiences to get connected along with that. So that is the only purpose, and you already know we operating an agency, and we worked with most of the notable brands, and we are here more than 15 plus of years of experience. I want to take up next slides quickly. So getting your audience engaged with you is one of the toughest challenges in this times. So over 62% of marketers, you know, still they are thinking, not taking any action towards this kind of small interactive purposes, interactive contents, because they won't take. Even after this session, or even after whenever we speak in our agency also, we are still trying to implement this kind of interactive contents in here and there with the client's website and content. So that is what we need to do, and you should not become like them. You need to take at least 1 or 2 actions in any one channel, so that it will increase the experiences what you are expecting. So if you collectively see, the solution is only to make your audiences to directly interact with the content, so that their eyes won't go away out of the content. So you will be directly communicating back and forth. So passive audiences will be turning into an active audiences. That will increase the engagement activity. So yes, the experience they feel will be the everlasting connect. As I said before, that will become like it will sticking with the memory. So there is a rule, we will say one rule, like whenever before going to the rule, I will tell that now the interactive content is taking over the content as a king part. Whenever they say content is king, now interactive content is the real king. So in this way, if you see, there are lots of funnel wherever we can stick with interactive contents, like from upper funnel to the bottom funnel. You can see data visualizers from starting when the people entered into your website. You can show some kind of statistics to, they can click and see what is the total number of sales happened, or what kind of products you have. And you can also make any assessments, like you can ask about the questions about what kind of interest they have for selecting the products. And you can also show some demonstrations just by clicking here and there, and show that they can flip the pages and see, okay, these are the products you have. Either you need to make them to do something in your website. They should not just reading here and there. And you can use some calculators, like, okay, if I make this much of purchase, what discount I will get. Like that you can make some kind of calculators and product selectors. Obviously, you know, everything you can guide them in selling. You can recommend if they're coming for finding any gifts for the Valentine's, then you can suggest some kind of this gifts will attract your wife, and this will be more useful. That way, that guiding the selling product will make them to interact and they can make the purchase immediately, because it knows that the customers will feel that this brand is really valuing your time and they are actually taking us to the next level of interaction. So, and when you come to e-commerce, you can show them on the final way, like we have shopping video about this kind of products have been sold by the past clients, and you can make another kind of video to branching videos. They will say like they can play with what are the products combined will take some kind of different additions. In that way you can make something. And gamification, you already may utilize that in Swiggy or Zomato or many e-commerce website also you have experience, like you will get a rewards, you can make a spin wheel and you can get some offers for the next purchase. That will make the clients or audience or visitors to stick for the next purchases. This will be there. And yeah, this is so hard. Not moving. Yeah, it's moving. So engaging visitors turn them into brand advocates, as I said before. Loyalty will comes only from the memory. For that there is a rule, like that is what I want to say, that peak and rule. See, whenever the normal things happen, it won't enter into your subconscious. Whenever that connects with your emotions, and when you see so excited by doing something and you have felt something energized, then that will stick with your subconscious on default. That way it will trigger your emotions on next time to repeat again, come into the brand itself to make use of that interactive content. Or maybe you will recommend your friend to experience the same. Hey, you go and check the fun experience I have seen there. Like that way it will create a fun memory and it will make the visitors into loyal customers. Obviously 70% of the customers in these days will know that they are taken for granted, or they really understand the brand is actually valuing their time and producing the real purpose of content for them to engage. They will only value if they are treated well and personalized, then only they will give back their loyalty to the respective brand. Why you should use it? Why you need to use interactive content? It will increase the customer experience obviously, and by valuing them it will also give the fun experience so that they will become a repeated audience. And it will build rich prospect profiles. You don't need to find that spammers are there, or you don't need to unqualified prospects are there. You will directly come to know more rich prospects by using this interactive content. You can collect the data. Most of the studies found that very interactive content education or educating through the content is only happened by this 45% of interactive content. It is actually taken from demand metric. So if you say comparatively that passive content is nowhere, only 6% in very effective, but 45% is taken over by interactive content. In that way it is only being used for making use of collecting like this first party data or zero data. See, you won't give any email address or you won't give any numbers without having any exchange of fun between the content. If the content is going to give any fun, you obviously give the first party data. So in that way it increases the branding and the social media reach will be increasing. It will make to spread in socially, they will share and the virality will increase. Even have you seen the polls and surveys in social media, it has lots of engagement. If you connect that with the entertainment industry, obviously the reach will be more for the certain brands. In that way, it will also support you to stand out of the competition, because your competition, everyone is doing the same, everyone is selling the same product, but you want to stand alone out of your competition. Only by this interactive content you can make use of that to reach more audience, and the audience will be thinking, okay, you are better than competitors. So these are some of the interactive contents you can easily implement. I have mentioned about calculators and polls and chatbots and type forms and infographics and flipbooks. And if you see the product descriptions and recommending product recommender and many of the things are there. These are some ideas you can boost and implement immediately. It will support your conversion rate, sales, and it will increases your revenue. Obviously, it will be there. By 2024, AI will identify interactive emotions, and it will influence the visitors to take the decision-making process much more faster. If you see that implementing the interactive content alone will increase 3x of the engagement, 3x of conversions, That is for sure. You won't think like now you are normally happening with any conversion will be elevated into 3x when you're taking this kind of action. So that's it, guys. I want to make it happen and take actions immediately. No buzzwords.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, to create the interactive content, you need to be a little more interactive as well. So make sure you go grab your favorite beverage and come back in the next 5 minutes so we can start the next panel discussion, which is on diversity. And I would want each one of you back refreshed. Thank you. CMO Credit B. We will also have the panelists who are Ram Vinayak Deshpande, CMO Lending Card, Lakshman Velayutam, CMO Ujjivan Small Finance Bank, who will be joining us virtually, as you can also see. Anil Gurnani, Chief Sales and Marketing Officer, TTK Prestige, who would also be joining with us. Can we have a huge round of applause, because I'm sure you're all refreshed. Come on, everybody. Thank you.
Hello. So, how's it going, guys? It's been, I think, quite a long day for all of you. So, I hope you guys are having a good time, deriving insights, having meaningful conversations, hearing them out. So, I have a very esteemed panel with me with over 60 plus years of cumulative marketing and sales experience. And I'll try my best to derive the most meaningful insights in a topic which.
I can't hear Ishan.
Sorry. Yeah. So like I was saying, I would try my best to derive the most meaningful insights in this wonderful topic that we have today, which is embracing diversity. Interestingly, there's a reasonable unity in diversity that we have in our panel as well. So I have a fellow marketing leader in the fintech space in Ram. I have Lakshman with me, who represents the financial services space when it comes to the overall scheme of things. panel with me who come from the kitchen appliances and consumer durable space. So there is quite a bit of spectrum that we can cover here. So without much ado, let me begin. Talking about diversity, the interesting part about that keyword is that it's something that is very synonymous with India. So you talk about India, you talk diversity, right? If you ask a 10-year-old,
I can't hear you.
yeah. So if you ask a 10-year-old kid to write an essay on India, and you create a word cloud out of that, the most highlighted word probably is going to be diversity, right? So we all know that how diverse India is. In the global context, it's something that I believe is very unique to the Indian ecosystem as well. So when you talk about, you know, the Western Europe, you talk about the US, you even talk about China in the Far East, there's a relative homogeneity when it comes to the languages they speak, the kind of culture they believe in, the religion they follow, you know, the kind of income groups that they represent. But when it comes to India, right, there's a huge heterogeneity when it comes to all these parameters. And hence is my first question to the panel over here, that in an economy, in a country which is as diverse, as spread out as India with respect to demographics, geography, belief system, religion, region, is diversity a boon or a bane? Or in other words, is there a bigger opportunity or a bigger challenge when it comes to diversity, totally with respect to marketing to such an audience? And when we talk about marketing to such an audience, how do you believe is the approach that would differ when it comes to approaching a diverse audience versus a homogeneous audience? Over to the panel. We'll start with Lakshman, maybe.
Am I audible?
Yes, Lakshman, you are.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. And thank you, Ishan, for this opportunity and Adgali for having me here. Now, when it comes to customization on the marketing campaign, when it comes to Ujjivan, there are primarily 4 customer segments. One is primarily the savings account and the fixed deposit, where we target the middle class and the HNI segment primarily in a very big way. Then we have the micro banking segment, which is the lower middle class, to whom we retail loans at all levels. Then we have the housing, vehicle loan, and the MSE segment, which is primarily the middle class, and then of course the rural space. Now let me pick up 3 customer segments here. The first is in terms of savings account and fixed deposits. Now we took an innovative route when it came to launch branches in the tier 2, tier 3 markets. For example, when we did the Bareilly launch in UP, now Bareilly is very famous for jhumkas. So rather than saying that no, we are now present in Bareilly, no, we went with a tagline saying Jhumka Bareilly wala, banking Ujjivan wali. And our Ujjivan logo had the imagery relating to Bareilly. Or for that matter, when we launched in Bhopal, Bhopal is known for a lake where people stroll during the day and especially during the evenings with which said, "Aap pair sapate lagao, banking ke liye hum hai." Okay, or for that matter, when we launched in Tiruvalla, which is famous for its river, may abundance flow in Tiruvalla like its rivers do. Or for that matter, when we did Perambur in Chennai, we said finances on track for the city that keeps India on track, because Perambur is known for the railway locomotives. So in each of these instances, we customize our communication so that we could relate to the audience out there. And this was quite well received by the customers in the relevant catchments. So this is one fine example of how we have customized our campaign. Now, when 75 years of Indian independence happened, we tweaked our FD interest rates to 7.5% for 75 weeks, and we ran a 360 campaign across the board, and it had a resounding response to the entire piece. So, this is one way of how we localize in terms of what's happening in the community or what's happening in the region, and how do we make ourselves relevant in form of communication. Now, when it comes to the micro banking segment, we already have an app in 9 languages, and we thought a micro banking customer would adopt by choosing the language of that app and get on with it. But that didn't happen because we realized that they had numerous challenges simply because they could neither read nor write. So any form of app was useless. So this February, we launched India's first voice visual vernacular mobile app, where the customer, through their voice and in their local dialect, could do banking through the app. Because of which there have now been increase in terms of the app adoption, because over a period of time,
to a micro banking base for us to become sustainable and profitable, digital is the way. And we found that answer to the voice vernacular medium. So this is the second instance that we have done. In terms of the rural segment, now very often, while postman is a anachronism when it comes to metro and urban, but it is still valid in the rural space. So we did an activity across the country where we got our promoter dressed as a postman, because postman is still trusted and invited and welcomed. He is treated as part of the community, as part of the family, because that's where the conversations happen across in terms of who's doing what and what's happening in the village. So we actually dressed them as a postman and we reached out and spoke about what Ujjivan has to offer and across what's happening in the community also. So this was also well received. So the point is, how do you look at what's there in the environment and how you create and tailor make your activity or your communication? So that's how we continue, while at the same time ensuring that the balance, the brand balance is maintained in terms of the equity, look and feel, while staying customized and being relevant to the consumer.
Awesome. I think nice insights, Lakshman. Ram, any thoughts you want to add to this?
Check. लक्ष्मण ने बहुत बोल दिया, अब राम क्या बोलेगा? Sorry, because of the amount of time we had, we were joking a lot downstairs. We already had our own little session. We missed Lakshman because he was not here. I quite agree with a lot of things that Lakshman has mentioned. What I would like to say is, look, for us, diversity is reality. There is no other market that we are going after. Our entire India is diverse. So that's just what it is. There is no choice for us to sort of figure something else out, or there's no alternative. So language is already something that he has mentioned, you also mentioned, but there is a lot more diversity in other things, choices, media choices, purchasing power. There is huge variation in the way people operate depending on the industry they are in. So when we are targeting small businesses across the country, whether it's Andaman or Lakshadweep or Arunachal, Jammu and Kashmir, everywhere, there is still a commonality. And what we identified, that was purely access to capital. Access to money is such a big problem for a small business. It's a lot easier for a salaried person to walk into a bank, get respected and get a loan. But that's not the same for a small business. So we identified that as a commonality and spoke to that. That for us was bringing the diversity aspect, yet being very, very true to what everyone needed. We focused primarily on addressing that need. As long as we are doing that, multiple languages, different kind of content, various media choices, and we can talk about media strategies also, because marketing strategy will be divided into content and media. And a lot of times when we're looking at issues such as diversity, we end up focusing a lot more on content. But there is a lot more to do with media also that we can think of in terms of handling the diversity aspect of it. But it's a strength, it's brilliant, it's a very interesting place to market anything, I would say.
Awesome.
Hi. Hello, everyone. Definitely whatever Lakshman and Ram talked about, just to add to it and trying to relate it to our industry. Okay, definitely since from a kitchen appliances industry, okay, our category has been the most, involved category, okay, and it actually reflects lots of culture diversity that everyone has, okay, whatever cosmopolitan, wherever we live, okay, but our eating habits, our kitchen appliances will remain as per the inner culture that we have been built up with, okay. So for us in TTK Prestige, we live with diversity in and out, okay, whole day, because all our product strategy, the marketing strategy, the communication strategy, all depends on where you want to target, what kind of consumer it is, and what are its habits are. So just to give an example, okay, for example, when I'm going and marketing a pressure cooker, okay, in North, I will look at inner lid cooker, okay, because that is where the culture is. Everyone there has an inner lid cooker. When I go to South, it is outer lid cooker. It's the same cooker performing, but definitely I can't miss out these things. There are, for example, a usage of a mixer grinder as an appliance also varies a lot as per geography. Okay, when I go to South, it will be a 1000-watt mixer, cutting coconut, cutting masalas and all. But I go to North, it will be more of a juicer application over there. So it will be a lesser wattage application mixer grinder over there. And honestly, it's a learning process. At least I have been, wherever I go to market, now also, I learn new things. How a consumer can use the same product in a different way okay, as per his diversity and culture over there. Just I give you a small example. In my early organization, we saw that, washing machines are being sold much in Punjab. The volumes of sale that washing machine has is tremendous in Punjab. So we were surprised, why washing machine will sell in Punjab? What has happened over there? But we went over there, we realized lassis are being made in washing machines over there. Well, you never would have thought of. Okay, so these kind of things can only happen in India. Okay, because every region, everywhere, okay, the outputs are different. In fact, we see a same appliances for us, how it is getting used in various geographies in a very different way, which we wouldn't have also thought of while launching that product over there. Okay, and there are lots of, religious things also. So for example, in Andhra and Karnataka, Vijayawada, you can't launch a 3-burner gas stove. It's inauspicious over there. Okay, so you either they take 2-burner or a 4-burner gas stove over there. Okay, so these small things you can't really miss out. At least in our industry, it's very critical over there. And one is on the terms of product, so in terms of communications also. So when we make our offers, consumer offers, and what we communicate is totally different from state to state, because that state habits are totally different. Now I can't have a outer lid cooker consumer offer in North over there, or I can't have a juicer mixer grinder offer in Kerala over there, because it won't work over there. So for us, it's day in, day out, as I said, me and my whole team. Actually, each and every aspect that we look at into marketing is state level. What we want to target, in terms of product strategy also, what we want to make. But the core belief of TTK Prestige has been same, whatever products we make for different geographies. Definitely one thing we believe, that whatever we are, we will enter into a category and get into that where we can add value. Okay, what are the consumer pain points? If we are able to solve that in those categories only, that's the reason why we try to innovate in any category that we have. Okay, pressure cooker was an innovation of TTK Prestige to start with. Then you have the Swatch gas stoves. I don't know if many people would have seen how easy to clean. We saw the pain points of consumers, of how the cleaning of gas stoves is over there. Okay, now we have launched whistle counting induction cooktop, because counting pressure cooker whistles is very difficult and key in the household. So we launched an induction cooktop, which can count your pressure cooker whistles automatically and switches off once you have set it over there. So these things are definitely, these are the core values that in an organization we have. So wherever we go, in various cultures and diversity, wherever products we launch, but these are the core things that we look into. And as Lakshman also said, honestly, this is nothing that you can avoid of. Okay, this is something you have to live with it. And this throws tremendous opportunities, in fact, I would say. I won't say it's a challenge, it's an opportunity, because with these kinds of changes and usage, you get lots of opportunities on various categories that you can get into over there. Okay, but for 10 years back, who would have heard of induction cooktop, kettles, and all those stuff? But with COVID and all those things, these categories have evolved in such a way that nobody would have thought of at that time. Yeah.
I think there is one thing, if I can mention, the original Prestige campaign line was such a unifying thing, right? जो बीवी से करे प्यारो Prestige पूरे इंडिया का कोई हस्बैंड मना नहीं कर सकता कहीं का भी हो.
Now that we changed to जो अपनों से करे प्यार, because we don't want to sound male chauvinist, because nowadays husbands are also cooking in the houses.
I think that's the beauty of having people from different backgrounds talking about the same topic. So we had quite a few diverse insights coming in, right? So Lakshman very elaborately talked about customizing your communication to the audience that you're catering to, because they'll be able to relate to that communication a lot better once you have a communication that hits your emotional chord in the right way. Ram very well mentioned about parking the diversity for a moment, but identifying that unifying thread that correlates to the proposition that you're trying to solve, and keep your communication simple while keeping the media communication mixed around it, but keeping the core communication consistent across the spectrum, which will help you standardize as well as customize as we go along, which we'll talk in a bit. And Anil very well instantiated a few instances or references of how the SKUs or the kind of products that you have can be customized for such a diverse audience. There is no one size fits all, so you can have a portfolio of offerings where different offerings would be more relevant to different parts of the audience, and that is how your strategy of communication and to take a step back, even the business can be led. So beautiful. I think that starts on a very beautiful note. Seems like we have a time buzzer over here, so I'll just put a couple of questions for larger understanding overall. Ram, you mentioned about the media mix, right, and the marketing strategy. So let's go a little deep on that. For a geography or for a economy which is as diversified when it comes to such things, how would you typically evaluate and execute your media mix and communication? Go a little granular on that for all of us. And at the same time, how is this different from a performance marketing standpoint versus a brand marketing standpoint? Since we are short on time, I'll request you to sum it up in a couple of minutes.
Okay.
Quickly, if you could address that part.
Yeah, sure. One big advantage of having digital media, it's a fairly level playing field when it comes to consumption. Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, what have you, all of these have really helped us reach a significant amount of our audience very quickly. Now, what we are conscious of is obviously language is one thing, which is obvious, but there is much more to it than just the language. The kind of content that we want to put out, and there is no other way but to experiment. So we have done so many experiments to figure out what works in which market, to what kind of segments. Being a regulated entity, we cannot approach a customer unless they have given their consent to us. But whenever we do get that consent, we know a little bit more about the customer, and then we talk accordingly. So we know what revenue they have, for example, because they've declared that to us. When we are re-engaging with them, then we'll accordingly talk to them. Certain signals that we collect from our customer base can be then used to create lookalike audiences, for example. And that helps us really go very granular in the way we talk to them. Obviously, the goal is to get clicks, sure. That is and you will identify with that from a performance marketing standpoint. That is always on. When it comes to brand, then what matters a lot is what are we associating with. We did a lot of research, we did customer connects directly, we had agencies figure out surveys, all of that usual mechanism of figuring out what our customers are wanting to associate with, or who are already sort of consuming. And we figured that genres of media are similar across the country. So an MSME will probably prefer watching cricket, news, and movies. And that is what we took up and then diversified our content distribution. So when we are connecting on news channels, I think we met a few India TV guys were here just now, for example. That gives us straight into the north, for example, the Hindi-speaking audience. But every state has their own leaders when it comes to news media. That is already available to us. So all we have to do is just go and make sure that our content is playing alongside that. But data is important. Experiments are important. Once you do all those experiments, you collect all that data, and then you do your media strategy. Obviously, some of these experiments are expensive. So convincing people about these experiments, like we spoke about earlier, is a task, but it's worth it. That's investment into the marketing. That's a very short answer, sorry.
Absolutely, absolutely. I think great insights over there. Just to kind of conclude the entire discussion, I have one last question before we go into the generic closure and the Q&A. So, rules are important in marketing, and so are the rules, right? So we need to tread those fine boundaries and be on the right side of it constantly. Especially when you're dealing with a culturally diverse market like India, right? So sometimes it becomes very tricky to make those right choices to ensure that you don't hurt the sentiments, right? Because that's very, very key when it comes to identifying with an audience that is culturally diverse yet sensitive. So question to you, Anil, how do you ensure to plan your strategies to ensure that the sensitivities are navigated in the right way? I know you have a lot to speak, but I would request you to sum it up in a couple of minutes if you can.
Yeah, so some things definitely I touched upon, for example, when I said, that I can't promote and talk about a 3-burner in a Hyderabad or a Vijayawada market, okay. These are certain things no. And in fact, I have seen brands, okay, doing it and falling apart. Okay, I won't name the brand. Last year, for example, they spent crores of rupees, okay, in Hyderabad, with all hoardings, boardings, everything with a 3-burner gas stove. Okay, so these small things you can't actually look at. Or for example, for us it's very key because, for example, I can't show a cooker making a pongal in Delhi when I'm campaigning in Delhi over there. Okay, I have to look at all those cultural sensitivities, that what dish, because the same thing can be made with different dishes, and they would like to see the campaign according to their culture only. And it's very difficult for us because in kitchen appliance, at least, in fact, we are the only organization which are present at pan-India level. If you really see in this industry, most of the players are in the certain region over there. They are strong in that region, but pan-India, not a company like us, anyone who is there. So for us, it's definitely a big, in terms of product and in terms of communications also. And over there, in fact, that's why we rely more on the influential videos and all. The local market influencer, food bloggers that we have over there, promoting our products over there, because that connects to the consumer more than anything else. It's very difficult for a brand to have a single ambassador talking to pan-India level over there. So definitely these are things we take care of, and we have our performance marketing management accordingly.
Amazing. What we learn as a part of this short and I just have to take a couple of minutes to. So what we learned as a part of this larger or yet meaningful conversation is when it comes to diversification, it's important to understand the boundaries within which we operate. Right? When it comes to, for instance, performance marketing, like Ram very well mentioned, the transactional relatability is more important because you're trying to push through a transaction. So the way in which you customer communication has to be a lot more culturally relevant in a way that entices them to make a purchase, right? Versus when you're trying to run a brand campaign, right? So the idea for in such a communication, in such a campaign, has to be to make an emotional connect, which is a lot more detailed, a lot more nuanced. And I think that's where a lot of communication comes into the play of marketing. And then, of course, when we talk about the product market fit, when we talk about the larger fitment of what we are trying to push through as a part of the business, then identifying the right offering for the right audience, timing it appropriately, basis the culture, basis the demographic you are reaching out to becomes very, very key. So all in all, it's a data game. It's identifying the data, looking at it the right way, and making the best use of it. So I think that's what we learn about the larger play at hand, which is diversification and how we can make it use for ourselves as marketers. Before we conclude, I would want to open the forum in case anyone has any questions for any of us over here specifically. I'll just take one question if anybody wants to have any, like if anyone has any questions. Else we are good to go. You can raise a hand if anyone. I think we are good. Awesome then. Thanks Adgali, thanks Ram, Anil, Lakshman for being a part of this panel. It was lovely to have this wonderful chat, and I hope we all were able to derive some great meaningful insights out of this discussion. Thanks a lot.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for this opportunity.
Thanks, Adgali.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Check. Requesting our panelists to please stay on stage while I invite Priya to give away the roasty goodies.
Recording stopped.
Thank you guys, thank you so much. I'm sure all of you took a lot from this diversity panel because this was as diverse as it could get, and I think this could not gotten better. The set of talking points that we've all got is tremendous. We now move on to the next panel, which is personalization at scale, for which I would request the session chair to be Manish Sridhar, Group Marketing Head, Quest Corp. We have a panelist, Vaibhav Puri, Vice President Marketing, NoBroker.com, Jiten Mahendra, Chief Marketing Officer, Ample Technology, Ranjit Kumar, Head Marketing, Digital and E-Commerce AirAsia. Meghna Apparao, Director, E-Commerce and Retail India, Meta. Taranjeet Kaur, Head of Media and Digital and PR, Tata Consumer. And Manas Gupta, Consumer Marketing Lead, Lenovo India. And can we please have a loud round of applause as they are about to unlock a lot of questions for all of you and make this ever so engaging. Over to you, Manish.
Hello. I thought we'll have a Trevor Noah moment, but didn't. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for joining us this late. I know we're running behind on the session timings. Let's start. You know, the entire panel is excited about sharing their ideas about personalization and how personalization has evolved over the last few years. So before I start asking questions to the panelists, what does personalization actually mean to the consumer today? So if you look at it from a food industry, or it's a brand that's trying to target a certain product that is specific to my behavior and my habits. And so if I want, today I'm craving a burger, they pitch a burger because they've seen that I constantly buy a burger every week. So the brands are getting my data, are able to see my behavior on social media, online, and customizing your content to help me make that decision to go with the brand. Now, why is personalization so important today from brand's perspective? It's easier for a brand to get acquisition from personalization. A McKinsey report says 40% of, there's an increase in business by 40% due to personalization. So there's acquisition, there's retention. So all this is far more easier with personalization. And the next thing I want to also bring up is, according to McKinsey report, 70% of the consumers expect personalization today. So even in this room, I'm sure all of you are consumers of personalization and would love to get a personalized message rather than a very generic message to engage with a brand. So given these numbers, it becomes far more important to also note that 80% of the consumers have shifted their behavior in the last 18 months. Now, if you don't get into the personalized version of communication, how will you know if the consumer has moved from your product to another product, or they've changed their behavior, and how do you go about targeting them and ensuring they stay with your brand? So given this context, broadly the framework for personalization would be data. How do you have access to your data? Second, based on the data, how do you segment it or micro-segment it to help you make decisions? The third is design. How do you design your content specific to the consumer? And the last being, how do you distribute the content across mediums based on what we have? So to start with, Meghna, sorry. We'd like your expertise in terms of personalization from end user perspective. So what does it actually mean?
Yeah, hi. I'm Meghna. I'm a director at Meta. So for us, I think when you talk about personalization, it's absolutely the core of what we do. So I'm sure every one of you has a Facebook or an Instagram app on your devices. So if any of us fellow panelists sit in the room, we open up our device and let's say you open up Facebook or Insta right now, we're going to see different content, right? Some of you, like me, is going to see, as a pet parent, watching a lot of doggy videos. Some of you are going to see airport celebrities and their looks. Somebody else is going to see some TED Talks, right? So all of us are seeing different things. And where is this coming from? It's entirely personalization, right? And for us at Meta, it's at the heart and center of absolutely everything we do. So while these are some examples of how content personalization is happening for us, the same engines power everything that businesses So when we decide who as a business want to reach a certain cohort or a certain shopper, this is the same personalization engine which is allowing you to make that choice by leaving it to these machines. So if you look around today, you can't go to any conversation where they don't say the magic word. He just hasn't said it yet, so I should be the one to say it first, is AI. Yeah? So AI is something for us at Meta. We have a task force which runs artificial intelligence right from the start of when we were born as a company. So you must go and look up this person. His name is Jan LeCun. He has received the Turing Award, which is almost equivalent of, say, a Nobel Prize in the world of AI. And folks like him in the task force are designing these algorithms and also making them open source to all businesses to use. And the end objective is just personalization. But now when you look at this as a big picture and break it down to the festive seasons, we are all looking into Diwali. We've done a study with YouGov, and it says that 69% of people who are looking out for Diwali shopping experiences on product recommendation, gifting recommendations, etc., found something that they've never seen before on Facebook or Instagram, which is obviously deeply personalized, which then went to make them shop it. So 2 out of 3 Diwali shoppers say they've bought something online because they discovered it on a Facebook or Instagram. So I think this is the magic of what personalization can do because it's so targeted and so specific. Another very interesting fact, and I'd love you to go and read more about it, is what we call Gen AI or generative AI. It's a fabulous way to remove a lot of operations heavy lift from all of us as marketers. So these tools that Facebook has launched, or Meta has launched, are integrated with our Facebook Ads Manager systems. So what you can do is you may put up one creative, but the Gen AI tools decide this background, this template, this language kind of combinations. And the study which we did with our advertisers in an AI sandbox says that they save up to 1 month of time in terms of marketing operations efforts just by using the Gen AI tool. Now, while it's great in terms of efficiency on time and resources, then the more important one for most of us is business outcomes. So we actually found using that same Gen AI tools and stuff like that, a 14% increase in spend by customers who are accessed by these AI-powered advertising mechanisms as well. So I think lots of stuff happening where personalization is really, really at the core and certainly a big trend of the future.
Thank you very much, Meghna. Now that is from the channel perspective. Now once we come to the consumer product, Taranjit, where do you see, from Tata consumers having so many products, how do you handle personalization in your segment?
I think from a Tata consumer perspective, we have been, I think, the pioneers of creating the hyper-local targeting specifically from Tata Tea perspective, right? And the personalization bringing on to different brands of Tata Tea. And one such example I would like to tell you is, every tea brand, okay, today whether you look at the largest or the smallest, okay, you would make tea as in tea the way we know it for the masses and maybe the same blend, right? But what we essentially do for Tata Tea is we actually make different creatives for different states, right? So there is a separate creative which really resonates, let's say, with the market of Haryana versus the Punjab, while both are in the HSM belt, versus the Delhi, again it is in the HSM belt, right? And hence the packaging itself is also very personalized to the state, right? So, which essentially captures the insight of that state on what do they really resonate with, and hence somebody should go and pick up a pack because they saw something which resonated with that state, the way culture is in that state, right? And then when you go down into really personalization to a person, right? We did one campaign which was the Lodi campaign, where everybody in, let's say we did a campaign on Punjab, where everybody in Punjab, when they were celebrating Lodi, they could create a personalized message for themselves with their names and the person who they wanted to send that message to, right? With the use of AI, as we also mentioned, right? Which is, I think, now at the heart of a lot of marketeers, even when we are doing it, I think it's less to do with I want to do it. It's It's more to do with because the consumer really needs
it.
Right? And he really values the personalized message that you're giving. So if I were to compare a campaign where I've not done personalization or I have done personalization, of course, the campaigns where we do personalized messages to people, that really picks up very fast.
Okay.
Right? To an extent where we got an increase in the Lodi campaign in 2 days, and we had to actually stop the campaign because it was too much as more than expected, right? Because the stocks were just flying off, right? And it is directly connected to an e-com platform, right? So you can imagine the kind of personalization power that it brings to a brand. And you know, I could think the consumer really feels valued, right? When you do personalization, it's not talking to a person who's female, NCCS AB 25 to 44, right? That's the FMCG target group, right? You're talking to a person who's addressed by the name. I think that makes them feel valued, and I think that's where, as marketers, we would want to add value to. And of course, we've done more and more campaigns, whether it is not a gold or not a tea for that matter. I think we've really worked on that for the last almost 2 years. We've been doing campaigns like that.
So Dhananjay, would you be able to put a number in terms of when you said the comparison between a non-personalized message campaign versus a personalized campaign? What do you see as a difference in business?
Yeah, so I would say from a response perspective, in terms of the consumer resonating with your, I would say like a media KPI perspective, not really a sales perspective, because sales is also driven by a lot of other things that we want to put in. But from media KPI perspective, the media KPIs obviously go up to X, right? In terms of how people, a VTR number, or maybe even if it is a CTR number, or even if it is somebody just interested in filling a form. You know, that itself also, right? I mean, today everybody is becomes so much conscious of filling a single form because everybody is so worried about the privacy of data. But when consumer really makes that effort of doing that and giving it to you, there is a lot of significance to it.
Thank you very much, Dhananjay, for your insights. Coming to Ranjit, you're in a sector which is highly competitive, right? And how do you see personalization in the airline industry? And how do you kind of put it in for the consumer to ensure you get the market share and retention, like you were saying? So how do you ensure this through personalization?
It's very critical for us, right? And if you look at it in India, it's if you look at it in the industry, it's close to about 500 plus or aircrafts in India. And you look at a flying audience for 22-23 is about 37 crore 52 lakhs. And if you look at like somebody like Meghna or somebody like Taranjit, flying price 4, if you cut down, you're actually flying, the flying audience in India, it's about 1 crore or 1.5 crore. Look at the population vis-a-vis, where the actual flying audience. So cutting down or eliminate all of this thing itself, start at, where we are trying to target the flying audience, that is where the personalization or kind of the journey that we start. And if you look at the data that we collect also, it's more accurate, after the BFSI sector. Like here is what, you give your accurate data, your name, first name, last name, phone number, email ID. Because otherwise you may not allowed inside airport, or you may not get a notification where your flight is delayed and other things. And because personalization, it is very critical for us also, like sending a right communication, connecting the system or being relevant. So it's all about one message you might be getting that, your flight is delayed. On the other message you are getting, hi, what did you book a holiday to Goa? Like, how do you connect systems? Like, this happened a lot of us, right? And there's one end, you are talking about your baggage is torn, you are going and commenting on this thing. On the other end, you are getting like, flight is delayed message. So it's all about how you keep connected and being, suppress the right audience and giving the right personalized communication. So what we do is something like, an example, like if we have an NPS code and like 10 score, like we suppress them out of marketing. At least for next 30 days, then we start a journey with them saying that, we had a bad experience, like here is a 500 rupees voucher, what do you try our meal as such. And moreover, we start with, when you log in, your experience becomes much more better. And there's one other campaign that we run is for a solo woman traveler. When you travel, when you pick up this thing, you get a specific offer. So like those kind of personalization, we know like some PNR level, how many passengers, from where to where, what time, and all of those stuff. It's if you are not relevant, if you are not correct, and if you are this thing, it's very difficult difficult to be in this industry.
And in terms of the data you mine, where do you focus in terms of the funnel? Do you focus on acquisition? Do you use your AI tools to?
The audiences we focus more on retention.
Okay.
Being part of the Tata New, this thing, we're only participating and in the Tata New system. And of course, while our data is access to Tata New, and we got and data similar from 1MG, Cult, and all Big Basket and other thing, ISCL, and all of this thing. Like we don't have direct access, but we can get a surrogate audience, like who's flying to Goa, like, and this gives an access to like if you're starting a new sector, it gives an already who has flown or a potential member there, or tier matching, like for example ISCL high tier get matched once jet setter, which is a larger tier for us, rather than starting from the base tier. So these are the kind of personalization that we have done with Tata New integration, tier mapping, ISCL somebody this thing or somebody 1MG. Like 1MG we used during COVID times when your test was mandatory. So somebody from traveling from one city to B city, so they have the data, then all you need to do and gives a potential audience for do the testing, right? So that is how we'll be connecting the system and using this. It's very personalized.
Thank you. And now, going to Vaibhav, in terms of data, in terms of services, one side you have the entire real estate, and on the other side you have your consumers who want real estate. How do we go about it? Vaibhav is not on the, that's what I was missing. So I'll route it to Manas on, so Manas, in terms of retail, how did we, because Lenovo has both e-tail and physical retail stores. How do you do personalization in terms of what are the tools you use, what are the processes? Because the experience has to be seamless across mediums, and how do you ensure that?
Yeah, so coming to devices, right, PCs, and on flights at least there's a universe of 1 crore, right, or I have to, the entire PC industry is only 10 lakh units a year, right, so imagine the amount of personalization which we have to do to start with to get to the right audience, right. Now, how we see it, right, is think about it as the funnel from awareness to advocacy, which is awareness, consideration, purchase, and advocacy. And on the other side is, the medium where you are capturing the consumer, right, in the digital journey process, right. So let's say it's a awareness campaign running on any video inventory, right. That's very different compared to somebody who is in our store experiencing the product and eventually making that decision, right. So the entire proposition has to be tailored towards the different objectives, right. The KPIs are again different, right. But it's critical to get a similar experience at a certain level, but even more critical to get the proposition right. So let's say it's a brand campaign talking about the brand, but then in the store you're only talking about, let's say, pricing, right. That's fair because that's the objective, in the whole two-way thing. However, it has to roll up to the right message or the right proposition, right? You don't want to confuse customers because that's a detrimental effect on the overall ROI that you want to drive with this personalization, right? So that's how we map it across. And as you mentioned, tech enables everything. Starts with data, starts with a lot of experimentation, and it's critical to measure everything, have KPIs, both input, output, efficiency. Also, one thing really critical to have a North Star metric across all these bits, right? Because as Igna was mentioning, Meta gives us so much data, right? 10 things I can look at, but I only figure out, hey, what's critical for me, right? Is it impressions? Is it sellout? Right? Is it leads? So it's critical to define where you want to run, right? And then everything gets optimized sort of in that direction. So that's how we generally map the decision journey of consumers, and then we try to optimize it over a period of time.
Great. And in terms, similarly, when you look at, from Imagine perspective, you also have your stores and e-tail. How do you go about having the experience similar to what Lenovo's doing at the moment?
So, I think we are moving from the reach task to the relatable, and affinity is now becoming important. That's where personalization becomes important. And I think one of the key challenge what we have is that personalization is purely dependent on the data and how much you know about the consumer. And if you don't know about it, this whole experience can go completely wrong. So I'll give you an example. We had around 10 million customer database, and we obviously go through the product category which the consumer is buying. And we saw that around 22-year-old women are buying kids wear. Now obviously the system was triggering Happy Mother's Day, Children's Day, all sort of communication was going to the individual. Then we realized that actually that customer has not bought for himself but bought for someone else. But that piece is obviously not getting recorded in the loyalty program. And I have to give you that when in most of the personalization and AI is based on your loyalty and the data what you have, the first party data. In India, the guy who's purchasing vis-a-vis the guy who's registering is completely different. So if you go to a retail, 80% of the name is by male, but the consumption is by women. If you don't look at the product category, you will think that all male are consuming your product, but actually the category what they're consuming is completely different. So you have to be very mindful of the fact that personalization needs a lot of sensitivity towards data and interpretation. So it just can't be fed in a system and a system will start churning out things. It can become dangerous. The other thing, I think what we do so Ample is a premium retailer. We have Imagine stores, which is Apple, Bose, Asics, and Under Armour. Now, though they are in a similar segment, but still there is a very different tone, relatability, attributes for each of these brands. Now, at a corporate level, how do you leverage it? How do you, use the learning of an Apple consumer to an Asics or an Under Armour or a Bose? So these are some things which obviously we do. But I have to say that personalization doesn't mean removing human intervention. The tech is only a facilitation, and I have done enough experiments and mistakes in this space where if you think that personalization is going to remove human intervention, it is going to create further problem. So, I have, I was a part of an automobile launch, and the feedback was that the customer pitch is not standardized across the dealership. So we recorded it in an MP3 player and gave it to everybody. And then we realized that nobody in a Bangalore, Delhi, Bombay wants to listen to the sales pitch through a iPod or an MP3 player. Whereas in a tier 2 city, they are excited to hear about it. So sometimes when the luxury customer is more discerning, more demanding, he needs human intervention. And that's where he calls for a personalization. Whereas in a tier 2, a tech does the personalization in a different way. So we need to be mindful of how to deploy personalization. Yeah.
That's very interesting to say that, because Meghna said human intervention does come down significantly. And on the other hand, because there's both e-tail and physical retail, human intervention is important. Now, coming back to Meghna, in terms of, because the people sitting in the panel here are fairly evolved in terms of culture of AI usage of these tools. But there are a lot of brands that are still nascent in their entire journey of AI. What do you think they should be doing, or how do they get onto this bandwagon of AI quickly in terms of personalization? I think there are only a few of the brands that are mostly in the tech or e-tail, online e-commerce brands that have embarked on this journey. But there are a lot of brands that have not. So I wanted your perspective on this because you interact with a lot of them as well.
So I think a great way to start is actually lean into a pilot and test and learn kind of a mindset with people who you believe are experts. So for example, at Meta, I was telling you in my earlier question that AI powers everything we do. Yeah? AI powers personalization, and that personalization helps in both content creation, to advertising, to business outcomes, right? So I think the first step is that entire piece of testing and learning. So whatever it is that you're doing, so we call it our advantage what should I as a marketer do? I should actually leave it to the machine powered by AI to make that choice for me. So one of the big conversations that we have in marketing rooms, folks like my panelists, is to say, why don't you try this out? And then see what the machine throws out, and consistently, study after study, in India, globally, we have seen the return on ad spend, the cost per session, the click-through rates are definitely higher when you let the machine do the actions. But going back to your point, when you see something goes wrong, our role as marketers is to audit that system, and often you may find out, more often than not, that something may have been different about the creative. Something may have been different about the campaign, budget setting, etc. Fewer instances where it's truly gone wrong due to an error. Yeah? So I would say lean in, experiment a lot. But while you stay with that, I would say two massive trends that 100% you must latch on to. One is reels. Yeah? I want to ask you, how many of you have not watched a reel today? Yeah? And you can put up your hands bravely if you haven't. Not today, in life have you watched a reel or not. So what we've seen in India, through a factual study, is 97% of people have actually shared a reel. So as a marketer, for me, that's a fantastic metric. So it's not a lean back. There are 2 billion reels which are played. But 97% of people tell you that I've actually shared a reel. So actually engage with that content and share it. Even better than that is we use this term called supercharging reels with creators. So creators and influencers. So people, about 74% of people say that they've discovered a product online through some creator showing up as content. Be it as an ad, be it as a user-generated content, doesn't really matter. So the massive trend I want you to definitely consider as you go into festive is look at what you're doing with reels. Within reels, look at what you're doing with creators and how you're bringing that together and leaving it to the power of the AI-powered tools to do the role for you. So each of you don't have to invent from your own. The second one very quickly is what I would say is messaging. For us, WhatsApp is the epicenter of our lives. This question I can bravely ask the audience. Is there anyone in the audience who hasn't used WhatsApp today?
In the last 10 minutes, apart from us.
So WhatsApp is a lifeline. Yeah? Internationally used very well, but in India I cannot find a single person who does not use WhatsApp at least in the past 10 minutes. But I think the beautiful thing right now is how are you using WhatsApp and messaging solutions to engage with your customers. So as I heard Ranjit's talk, that's the only thing buzzing in my brain. Like, it's a beautiful concept that he's saying, that you're using WhatsApp to talk to someone, but be clear about the context. I can say, hi Meghna, you were searching for a Goa trip, here's a great discount for you, but please don't send that message if I've actually had a problem with a delayed flight 1 minute before, right? So how do you bring the ecosystem together? So 1 billion messages are sent on WhatsApp. 75% of people from a factual study have said that they have bought a product based on a message interaction that they've had with them, and they're making these choices. So me and Manish were talking about this, again an interesting fact, is just about 5 years ago, definitely the folks like us in the room, you would have said that if I have a problem, I want to call a customer service center. I want to call someone, I want to ask someone. But today, we are the same people, they say, hey, actually I don't want to talk to anyone. Just give me an interface, I want to interact and finish that. And you make a choice where people say, give me a WhatsApp and a messaging interaction. About 74% of people say, give me a WhatsApp interaction to close my communication. And I don't want to interact either with a human, with an email, or with an SMS. So the 2 big things I would say, reels and messaging. Look at that as a part of your strategies, overlaid with AI-powered tools that folks like Meta offer to be able to be a part of your strategy for sure.
So are you saying they should first work on the consideration part of the funnel and then move to leads, especially for organizations that are not embarked on this entire AI journey?
So I would say, going back to the way you were describing the whole funnel, right? I think be it reels, be it messaging, be it AI, the power works across the funnel. You have to decide the right use case. Yeah? So you may say, right on top of the funnel, I want to create brand awareness. So I want to have contextual reels shown to people. Like what she was saying just recently, Punjab has a different behavior from Haryana, from a Delhi. If you come south, English sharper, right? You don't want to show English communication or an English creator, English speaking creator, or Hindi speaking creator to the 5 states in the south.
Correct.
But you don't have to make that choice. You put up 5 pieces of communication. So I'm a Telugu, but I'm living in Bangalore. So I and show me something in Kannada. I want you to recognize the fact that I watch a lot of Telugu content and personalize and show me the Telugu version of your ad or Telugu version of your reel. So at Meta we call it dynamic language optimization, which is a beautiful metric for personalization. I won't have an X factor like you had asked earlier. I can definitely tell you it's an X factor improvement when you have dynamic language optimization set up on your creators. And with those GenAI tools, if you overlay them, the choice also you don't need to make. You create one set, it mixes and matches and shows it in a very personalized manner to the customer as well.
That actually leads nicely into the next question, which is, how are you consistent across mediums? Like what Meghna just said, you had explained to us region-wise. Now within a region, even if you see Bangalore, where less Kannadigas and other states. So how do you personalize from Tata consumer perspective?
So I think what Meghna was talking about is social media per se. But I think from marketing standpoint, if I look at what you rightly pointed out as a demographic audience, maybe great for a TV sorts, right? But when I'm looking at digital, it's the digital footprint of the consumer. That is what I think what Meghna also rightly pointed out is what you need to look at, right? In fact, I think 2 days back we were having a discussion with Amazon guys, and we were just having that discussion on why you should not look at demo and why you should look at a psychographic or a digital footprint, because it may be completely misleading if you have a preconceived biases as a marketer. I think from that standpoint, I would absolutely agree. But if I were to go all digital platforms that exist within the ecosystem for a marketer, whether it is a CTV or whether it is all other platforms, there is a fair amount of AI that you can use everywhere, right, in terms of personalization. And I think right now we are also working towards how do you personalize your messaging on a CTV, right, from a standpoint of, but then that also has to solve for the universal ID, backend. A lot of times, even when people log on to an e-com platform, they may have shared accounts, right, and hence how do you really track the person on those kind of platforms? So yeah, I would feel the ecosystem within the digital standpoint is enabled, but has it excelled in the personalization manner? The answer is it's WIP, right? For some platforms, I would say, not for all, right? Some platforms like Meta has already achieved that, but the smaller ones in the tech company, I would still feel we do find some limiting options sometimes in getting there. But I would feel, I think from a standpoint of where we want to be in terms of personalization, talking to the consumer, really getting the guy to be addressed on names, whether it's on packaging itself, right? So I would just want to tell you one example where we actually connected an outdoor campaign to a real-time digital messaging, where somebody could actually see. We did a Mother's Day campaign on Tata Tea Gold where when people were walking in the mall, they could actually put a message on, and of course enabled by Meta, on Instagram, and say this is the message for my mom, and they could see it on a real-time hoarding with their mom's picture, right? Imagine the mother's joy when she sees herself on a big large outdoor hoarding and you're standing there and it's a surprise for the lady, and then you get a personalized pack immediately printed for you, right? I think that's another level of personalization where we have really, I would feel, done a good job. And I think it has given its own results, and I would feel that's the way to go. But is it the answer for all brands? I don't know. Maybe sometimes you may want to take a route which is more connected to what the audience really wants, right? Versus what you feel the audience wants, right? There's a difference, yeah.
Okay, and when you come to Lenovo, between, how do you keep your messaging consistent? Now in terms of design, can you pass the mic? In terms of, especially your POS, and you're talking on social media, you've attracted the person to come into your outlet. How do you keep the touch point consistent and personalized even at the stage of buying?
It's a tough one, right? Especially given the number of media channels which are there today, right? I think eventually it boils down to how sharp your value proposition is, how sharp your communication is, it's really well defined, typically percolates down in the right manner. However, what we typically do is to look at the KPIs, do a fairly robust audit of the messages which is going out into the market, and then figure out, hey, are we going wrong, are we going right or not, right? I think the other thing is, are we really talking to the right customer at the right media? For example, audio streaming, for example, right? Now you can't run a TV ad on a Spotify or a Ghana, right? So you have to be consistent on the media also on what it is that you are putting forward. I think all these things come into the picture. I know we are very short of time and we've been getting a lot of
reminders.
Yeah, reminders. So I can talk and talk on this, but yeah, I think
So, yeah, given the time constraint, I'll ask one last question, Jiten. In your category, where do you think personalization will lead over the next few years? Where do you think we'll go from here?
So definitely, I think what we're talking about is the best case scenario, but each of the brands and industries are in multiple stages. So personalization here starts with recognizing that you are a consumer in the brand franchise, going to a language which you speak in, trying to figure out a moment which you really want to interact with the brand, and then try to evaluate either by a category which is a complementary or supplementary. So I think each brand is in a different journey, though we are talking about the larger scale of communication, but the fact of the matter is that data, which is the enabler, can also become a problem. So how good are you in terms of solving the problem? The more the data, for example, lead generation. So let's say we are capturing a lot of cases currently also, I'm saying across brands, 40% of the consumer mobile number is not right, And so as basic as, or we have got to opt in for WhatsApp and we are bombarding the customer with so much of communication, and then we are saying the customer is blocking us. So now we are saying that, okay, give him an option of stop so that he cannot block us. So the point is that each brand will have a journey of personalization. Personalization, I think what is going to happen for all of us is at a cohort level and then at an individual level, because I think cohort level is still easy. Just to give you that, for Apple, we have 500 cohorts. Now, if I have to really make personalization to that particular level, to make communication relevant for those 500 cohort itself is a task. So I think first it will happen at a cohort level, and I think that itself will solve a lot of work on personalization. And then we are talking about a single user identity, which is a dream for all of us, which we really want to achieve. And I think a lot of good work. So I think each brand is in a different journey, and we should not really get confused that personalization means that everybody will have one different communication. I think personalization means you recognize the consumer and you're talking to him what he wants to listen and you're relevant to it. I think that's the larger space which brands have to operate.
Yeah. Unfortunately, we don't have time. Otherwise, Meghna would have spoken about how 500 cohorts and how we can personalize messages to them. So let me conclude by saying, personalization it's not an option anymore. It is something we have to do. Any brand has to embark on this journey. Second, it has to be part of a culture to get into personalization. It just can't be marketing as a function. And finally, one of the points we've not spoken about too much is, in future, privacy will come into picture. So how does a brand and where does a brand draw the line in terms of personalization and how much of it? And at what point will the consumer start saying, this is too much information? So thank you very much for your time and patience. I know we're running late, but it was great having all of you, wonderful insights and great audience. Thank you very much.
Check. Bummed to cut this interesting conversation in the middle, but I'm sure all of you have a lot to take away from whatever they have probably been sharing. They will be available offline, so please catch hold of them to get all of your answers. Before that, can I please request Priya to again step up on the dais and present our panelists with the roasty goodies. Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much. As we heard from the panelists, personalization is inevitable, so make sure you make it a part of your routine now. Moving on to our very, very interesting session, which is harnessing the power of data-driven marketing. And for this, can I please request our session chair to be Siddharth Dabade, MD, MIQ. Check. MIQ. Mukesh Ghuraria, Chief Marketing Officer, Modi Naturals. Ashish Bajaj, CMO, Narayana Health. Amit Kumar Banka, Head Growth Marketing, Swiggy. And Saurabh Jain, President, South, Have Us Media, India. Can we have a huge round of applause as we take this stage to welcome our lovely panelists, everybody. I'm sure you have a lot more energy than this. Can we have another round of applause for all of our panelists, please? And requesting the panelists to please stick to the timer. We will give you a buzzer 5 minutes before your time, so please make sure we stick to it. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks, Siddharth, for that question. Jumping onto the topic, so data-driven marketing, I think what exactly happens is that the data-driven marketing or the evolution of data-driven marketing over the traditional marketing, the change has happened in terms of maybe the previous panel was talking about the personalization of the experience. If I understand my consumer more deeply, I understand their consumer behavior, I understand their preferences and choices, I would be able to offer my proposition a slightly more better way, and my marketing budgets or my media dollars will be more efficient and they work better for me. Couple of example, maybe one example if I talk about as a consumer. For example, if as a consumer, let's say for example, if I visit a coffee shop and they know how the kind of coffee I prefer, they will have my loyalty for a long time, right? If they know that I prefer a coffee in a certain way, it will be my go-to place for sure. On the other side, as a marketer, because I come from an FMCG background, we are a olive oil or a edible oil portfolio. The kind of personalization or the surrogacy cohort that we're trying to identify is the people who are slightly health conscious. Now, typically what happens is that humans are extremely complex creatures, right? We hardly do what we say. In our head, all of us are health conscious, but are we doing anything about it? I mean, 90% of us will not be doing that. So typically an FMCG company would largely rely on their marketing research or unearthing their consumer insights basis what consumers are saying. But with the data-driven marketing, I can understand what they're actually doing. So that has been the great shift that has happened. So now when I use those marketing insights, I try to identify what are the other categories these guys are engaging with. So for example, if there's a consumer who's buying a yoga mat on Amazon, I know he would be more interested in buying a healthy olive oil because he's at that stage of his life where he's trying to do some intervention in his life by changing his lifestyle. Maybe he started practicing yoga. He would be more keen, more interested to adapt his eating habits as well. So I would use those parallel categories and I will try to reach out to those very sharp specific audience rather than just by saying that, okay, everyone is a health conscious, that there would be a lot of waste of media dollar. So I would say those are a couple of examples, both as a consumer and a marketer. I would use data to sharpen my proposition.
Good evening, everyone. I am Amit from Swiggy, and as you all know, Swiggy is one of the companies where food is the crux of the entire platform, and food is something where everybody feels hungry on a daily basis, right? So a lot of people actually keep on ordering on a daily basis on Swiggy, either with respect to food delivery, or they go out and dine out, and they use dine out as one of the features of the platform, or they also use to buy grocery from the Instamart section of Swiggy. Now, one of the examples where we have used a lot of data in the right manner, and it has also helped us to improve the orders coming from similar set of consumers, is with respect to heuristics. Now, what happened was, if you see currently there is a lot of festival season which is going on, right? And for example, during Navratri, a lot of people don't eat non-veg, but they might be a regular non-veg eater in the past. Now, as part of the entire algorithm, the kind of data patterns, what we take from those set of users, what we do intelligently is when we are targeting them with a specific communication of a food or to actually compel them to order again, within that time, either it is the month of Shravan or in the month of Navratri, where we know that this person in the past has not ordered non-veg, who otherwise have been ordering non-veg on a regular basis, we consciously target only veg food items to them. And we have seen that people love that a lot, that we have actually started getting customized communications based on their browsing behavior, based on their buying pattern, based on taking some of these nuances into consideration. And it has really helped the users to become more connected with Swiggy as a platform. And this has also helped us in terms of a lot of cross-pollination. For example, even on Instamart, because we also sell a lot of non-vegetarian stuff, we actually end up pushing a lot of festive delicacies to them on grocery as well, or only vegetarian stuff on the grocery part as well. So from data perspective, one of these example has really worked well with us, and we are actually trying to now build that into a completely real-time algorithm, taking into consideration a lot of different use cases.
So I think a lot of us covered in terms of whatever are being the successful ones. So I'll come from a healthcare background. Imagine data marketing being done and you being called out, you can fall ill. Of course, that's what the stage that all of us don't want to be in. But data marketing can really be the key for the healthcare industry. Why? Because it's personalized to the core. It's individual healthcare data that can be utilized in terms of setting up context for their well-being. So if that starts getting utilized from a preventive angle, so it can start working out by saying that, okay, this month, this is the kind of departmental issues in healthcare comes, how do you prevent them? So that's the core idea of what we are trying to do from a data marketing point of view. But yes, Swiggy, Zomato, they've used brilliantly well our own data in telling me how much I've been ordering, and I should stop. So yeah, thanks.
Yeah. So I'm Saurabh Jain from Havas Media. Happens to be the media agency of Swiggy also, so I'll not take that example. So I actually will go back to one of the television plans which I have really worked very closely with the team and the marketing heads. A jewelry brand. Normally television is a medium where you do not relate live data. But what we did was, we mapped each and every spot with time band, with the traffic on the website, and we said that which genre is working, which spot is working. We did a lot of data science in that, short-term effect of a spot, long-term impact of a spot, and the overall results were astounding. Because one is a planning based on bark and TAM, which used to happen. And here we are doing a live planning that, listen, next week, I have to reduce my genre-wise spends of maybe GEC by 70%. It is not coming from past data. It is coming from live data. So I love that kind of work, yeah.
able to do today, and how to leverage these sources for your campaigns?
Maybe I would be the wrong person to start with this because, so honestly, right now, because we are a traditional FMCG company, we are in the most unsexy business because we do not have any data. We sell through external third-party retailers and distributor. Unfortunately, we do not have our own platform at this point of time. So we heavily rely on our channel partners' data or our media platforms' data and try to categorize or maybe bring our understanding on the other surrogate product category which feels that works closely with them. So there could be multiple data sources, right? It could be what is, because food as a category is for everyone. Everyone eats food 2 or 3 times a day, and oil is used in everyone's house. So it's easy for me to find
combining it with some off-platform data signals.
So we have enough markers up for health, and I'm sure all of us also will be kind of surprised or confused the kind of, once you go for a blood check, what is this report coming out? So basically those data markers can actually be utilized for building an entire program for you. For instance, you can be borderline diabetic because we can know how your carbohydrates are trending. So from there itself, your journey can start. The utilization in the end in terms of how many markers, they're unlimited, but intention should be that you should go see a doctor when you are fit. So from that point of view, utilize which can have suggestive or corrective measures before the problem comes.
See, as an agency, we use all, we use first party, client data, we use second party, like example for a credit data, which can be used for when client wants to advertise on that platform, if we are able to see merit in that advertising in that platform. Third party data, examples like Lotami, etc. Apart from that, obviously interest level targeting, demographics, all those are available. So we have a lot of data, and some clients, some clients are kind enough to share their first party data. Some are not so confident because of various reasons. So yeah, that's it.
So just a follow-up question on this. So what we have been doing is we have been building a global data lake, and India also we have a very rich data lake, and it's GDPR compliant, and it's not, we don't collect any personal information. And then exactly as you all have been saying that consumer analytics plays a very important role for you, and understanding the user persona is very, very
is similar categories that they're trying to use to make their life more healthy, and that's where my positioning starts, that it's a healthier one and they're trying to change their lifestyle by adopting healthy lifestyles. So for us, largely understanding the psychographics more than the demographics, because demographics is pretty much the same. However, we have observed a couple of things, like for example, we realized that one of the very relevant other categories on Amazon for us, which buys our product, is the children or a child product. So which gives us a consumer that maybe the people get more health conscious when the kid is born in the family. So clearly that becomes one insight, and maybe we can use that, extrapolate that insight and target to more people who have maybe just a young baby in the house. If they're buying a product like baby care products or baby food products, there are higher chances that they are in that phase where they're trying to improve their life or get that intervention of a healthy lifestyle. So those consumer insights, getting those consumer insights from the other behavior, and that, as I said, what has interestingly happened that we are not completely reliant on what the consumers are saying, but we try to observe what they are doing. So that's where the interesting data-led decision making is happening for us. So it's not what I feel or what my managers feel or what my team members feel. It's about what data says, and that's a most solid consumer truth that we have in the big size pieces, and we leverage that consumer truth in that way.
Hello. So in Swiggy, I think this process is little more streamlined, right? Because we already have a lot of consumer insights, consumer analytics with us. In Swiggy, normally, because there are three dominant businesses, right? One is the food business, you also have the grocery business and the dine-out business, which might be having an underlying understanding of food or a grocery, but the way they behave is very, very different, right? Now, when you want to actually buy grocery for the entire month, you might go to Instamart, right? Jahan pe you will get atta, dal, chawal, a lot of those stuff. But when you want food delivery instantly, that is where you will go to the food section of the platform. And when let's say you want to go out and party out, or you want to go out with family and friends, dine out is the most preferred destination for the users. What we try to do is we try to understand the pattern for our planning purposes, that in which season, which kind of week, which kind of behavior users are mostly going to use what section of the app or what section of the platform. For example, if it is weekend, if it is an extended weekend, we know that people are bound to travel, right? Now, when we know that they are bound to travel, and if there is a month in which there are multiple weekends, extended weekends which are coming, multiple festivals which are coming, we know that dine out might be a very strong area or a section where users are going to go out and use dine out. So the planning actually gets more shifted towards pushing dine out for that specific month or for that specific weekend. Similarly, let's say World Cup is coming, right? Now in World Cup, people out to stay at home, unless they are going out and going in a specific restaurant who is also hosting a match. But otherwise they prefer to stay home, call their friends or with their families. They would like to order from outside. Right? And if you see during World Cup, most of the India matches are strategically placed during the weekend. So that entire tenure of World Cup or IPL becomes very crucial for us to start focusing on food delivery. From food delivery perspective, in Instamart we focus a lot in terms of munchies. Right? They would order chips, they would order cold drinks because they need it during the match. Right? So how do we make it much more easier for them? So the entire planning for those subsequent months, those subsequent weeks happens based on a lot of these seasonality factors. And it is different for different sections on the app. Yes, it's same on the media planning as well. So it is both for growth, for user acquisition, for orders being going out on that specific month, for media spends as well, media planning, media spends, allocation of the budgets, media mix modeling. All these factors go into as an input to the media mix modeling.
So I'll provide a different view on this. One is, of course, yes, media modeling and media mix modeling, and we all know about it, so I'm not repeating that point. But actually, these data points are then utilized by our doctors to finish their ICU rounds sitting at their home itself. So your pulse, your heart rates, etc., is thrown into our analytics apps, which are our doctor apps. And and this is universal globally. Mic drop moment. So yeah, globally, the cardiac arrest that happens in a hospital happened during the early wee hours. So from 2 a.m. to 6 a.m., where it's humanly not possible to have your eyes open every time. So those data points can actually save those things where an alert or a notification goes straight away to the doctors. So I think that kind of utilization, just giving a different view on what we've been talking on, that's it.
So it's extremely, I mean, large decisions are.
So from a media planning perspective, I think there is no decision which happens in one.
So another interesting aspect of data-driven marketing is also the macro trends, right? The macro trends can impact consumer behavior in many different ways. And so, we have a very interesting example with this power inverter, where you use power inverters when the power is off. So you remember them when power is coming. What is off, that time the campaign will trigger. Geo intelligence, so it will be vernacular. It will also show the nearest target that area, and even for actual forecast we can do that. And the campaign had a very, very high engagement rate, very good footfalls, users awards which were won as well. So why I'm mentioning this is because mobile marketing and utilizing macro trend is a very interesting trend which is large, which is coming up more and more. So hopefully in your industry, you would like to share some example, which is the macro trend which is very, very important in your industry, and how do you plan to look at it in terms of data-driven marketing? Would be great insights for all of us.
See, one of the very interesting ones which is coming up, and it's a global trend which is coming in. See, one fundamental question to all the media agencies is.
But more to it is, we start following a pattern. So imagine it is forming a trend which makes sure that I am taking 11,000 steps a day. Correct? Because I get into a habit of seeing it day to day, and that has suddenly started becoming as a conversation to drive another macro trend which is into preventive, into taking care of myself. So that is what we see as one of the trend for the category.
So from the food tech industry perspective, one of the things what we are seeing, and again from Swiggy perspective, Swiggy actually is at heart, it stands for convenience unparalleled, right? That is what we're trying to provide to the customer in every form of offerings or solutions what we have. Now, one of the macro trends what we are seeing, and this might be a little long-term thing, is that people are getting addicted to convenience, right? And how soon we are able to make people addicted to that convenience is what we are trying to master ourselves into. For example, you might see that in today's date, a 10-year-old or an 11-year-old kid also has a smartphone, they have a smartwatch, right? They all want to look cool with respect to their fashion aspect. We are also trying to get these kind of users much earlier in their adoption cycle for the convenience what we are providing, right? Across all the solutions and all the sections what we have, across food, Instamart and Dine Out. The earlier these guys get adopted on this kind of convenience or this kind of platform, there is a higher propensity of them becoming a long-term high-value customers or users for us. So that is what we are trying to see, and we are trying to actually create a very different offering for these users, right? Customize certain solutions or offers for these users so that they become long-term high-value users for Swiggy and start transacting or shopping across all the sections much earlier in their life cycle?
Yeah. So for us, I mean, yes, we do follow, I mean, and that's what every category has some macro as well as micro trends that we try to stay updated to. For all oil brand, like for example, seasonality or the monsoon has a very important play. Typically, our season starts as the monsoon starts. So my campaign will start in the southern part of India before the northern part of India because the monsoon hits in the early June and by the time it comes to Delhi, it's late July. So we follow that pattern in terms of getting activated our campaigns. Another very important trend is the as simple as the salary credit of a person. That's where the grocery buying happens. So my campaigns are largely more active towards the first 7 days. And that's where I'm sure the Instamart trend will also happen there, or Amazon or any other grocery marketplace trend is the first 7 days is where the 60% of the entire grocery buying happens. So we follow that monthly trend as well. Similarly for our other products, for example, we have a snacks brand where we have popcorn and peanuts. We have tentpole properties like World Cup which is coming up. Here we prefer that youth would be watching, they would be consuming a lot of snacks. IPL is one big trend that we follow, and a lot of campaigns get activated during those. These are the two cricketing as a season where people are sitting in front of a screen and watching and consuming at home. Those kind of trends get activated. People consume more food typically towards the wedding season or towards the winter season, which happens in the north. All your oil products, all your snack products are largely consumed in the winter season. So obviously our H2 budgets are almost 70%, while my H1 budget is almost 30-35%. So we do our media planning following those macro as well as micro monthly trends to optimize and reach out to the consumer at the right set of mind, as well as when his pocket allows or when he's actually going out in the market and making those decisions.
Brilliant. So, I think last question.
No one is stopping us.
So,
no buzzer?
Yeah.
Oh, you have given up.
We are all aligned on all the points.
So,
all the points aligned.
So the last question is, obviously we all want to do data-driven marketing, but data is siloed, fragmented. Digital advertising has many channels which is fragmented. Analog channels do not have a lot of data. So what is your wish list, what you would like to have, which will take your data-driven marketing to the next level?
I think wish list, I mean, marketer is a very creative person. I mean, if you will ask me to make a wish list, I'll ask for the moon. I would love for you to share all the Instamart data with me so that I can own that data, but if wishes were horses. So there are a couple of proactive actions that we, brand or advertiser or marketer will have to take, and one of these steps, like for example, we are trying to build our own D2C platform, because maybe in the foreseeable future we are looking at staring at a cookieless world, right? So having a primary data is the biggest asset any marketer can have in its arsenal. We have taken a step towards it where we are trying to build our own platform so that we can have primary data. And once we'll have that primary data, there's enough and more I can work around to understand the consumer journey. Because today, as you mentioned, it's a very fragmented and a very non-linear world that we're living in. The consumer journey is extremely non-linear. Maybe 20 years back, it used to be very straightforward. I'll see ad there, I'll go to that store and I'll buy that. Today, they interact with multiple platforms, multiple devices, multiple channels, and it's very difficult to attribute that who has influenced this decision making. So hence, if I have the primary data, I will be able to understand the consumer journey, which is the most important question which I try to solve in my day-to-day work life. So having a primary data is, I think, the biggest asset for me.
So I second him. Actually, I think primary data is something what most of us, and basically first party data is something most of us are gunning for to make the user profile much richer and the understanding about the user much richer compared to what we are having today. Now saying that, what also happens is we also dig into a lot of DMPs like Lotame or PayU to enrich our understanding of that user, because the data again is fragmented. The higher understanding what we have, what we get about the user, the better position we are in terms of getting the right products or suite of products to that specific user or that consumer in real time. Now, as this is an ongoing exercise, how do we get all those fragmented data on a single understanding is something what we are trying to solve with respect to a lot of look-alike data as well. Some platforms like Facebook, Meta, or Google might be giving a lot of these kind of intelligence to us, where based on our existing user profile, they might be able to fish similar kind of profiles in their own ecosystem, right? So that really helps us to get at least similar kind of users on the platform. And then we start building our own understanding of that user, so that at least wherever the data is fragmented, we know that our lookalike algorithm is running, and whatever users we are acquiring on our platform are resembling some of our existing users. And some of these platforms are able to give us some intelligence about what kind of users are getting converted on the platform. So that is how we are trying to get a unified understanding for the users. But again, it's a far-fetched thing, and nobody can actually get all the different data signals on a single platform.
So I think we should change the currency like you mentioned. So that's what is required. Fragmentation is to the core, and we all heard the previous panel as well, that personalization at scale. We also heard a lot of things that this is going to go deeper and deeper. There will be more and more cohorts that we will keep adding to know a person better. So from that point of view, definitely there's a requirement of currency change itself, because otherwise every platform will have its own currency or something to evaluate at. There needs to be sorted from that angle first. After that, it's pure play connecting it together.
I think we have already covered it. Yeah. But ultimately, we all want basically the data has to take us to sales. So if there is a linkage which brings us closer to that, the currency change is required definitely in the industry. And I think we all are gunning for something which at least the guesstimates should reduce. Yeah.
5-7 years back, I think CPT we all thought would be the key, but still not accepted much, and not by many brands, not by industries, so it's still a thing.
Great. Thank you. Thank you.
Hate to be the warden here, but absolutely fantastic conversation. I'm sure the anecdotes made it a lot more interesting. This is your picture perfect moment while I invite Priya on stage to give away the roasty goodies. Okay, let me take this moment to give away the goodies, please. All right, after this very, very interesting panel discussion, we now move on to something a lot more metric-oriented, which is going to target on the topic moving beyond vanity metrics. And the session chair for this panel discussion is going to be Atul Raja, who is the Executive Vice President, Global Marketing, Wadhwani Foundation. The panelists for this discussion are Rajneesh Kumar, author and entrepreneur; Trupti Prabhu Roy, DGM, Corporate Communication, Greaves Cotton; Shagun Sharma, Branding and Communications Head, Teamology. Can we have a huge round of applause for all of our panelists, please? Come on, everybody. I know you have some energy left in you, for which I would want every ounce of your energy to come out in the form of claps. Come on, everybody. Just give them a warmer welcome.
Yeah, good evening, everyone. So I also sincerely hope there is some energy in the room left. And the audience that is here is having, after a long day, can hear us with some kind of, energy. So the topic for today is moving beyond vanity. How do you measure the impact of PR with meaningful data? And why are we even discussing this today? There are two reasons. I think PR and measurement is a paradox in itself, right? It's been the bane of marketeers for a number of years now. And I have myself discussed this in multiple forums. Very few solutions have come out. But now I feel the time has come with new tools coming in, with digitization coming in. The time has come to discuss it once again, discuss it from scratch and find some solutions. Also, I feel PR is now getting integrated more and more as a strategic arm within organizations and within marketing teams, no longer looked upon as a silo function, as something to cater to the CEO's needs. So, the paradox that a marketeer faces, that is number one. Number two, the strategic intent that PR brings to any organization today. With these two reasons, I think we are having this discussion, important topic, and we have a power-packed panel. So time is short. Let me just deep dive into the questions straight away. So Rajneesh, first I'd like to ask you, we're talking about vanity metrics, and they have been there for historical years. So what actually are these vanity metrics? Different metrics vary according to different brands and different organizations, right? So why are we discussing this today? Why we want to move beyond those metrics? And what are the different kinds of metrics in different situations?
Sure. So first of all, let us understand what is vanity, right? So anything that makes you feel good is vanity, and anything makes you proud about yourself. So there's a concept in psychology, it's called IQ effect. Anything that you make yourself, you have a tendency to like it. So just because I did the campaign, any numbers that are coming are great numbers. And that's the problem with every marketer or PR person or whatever. So then the question is, I went to a doctor and I said, okay, age is more, sugar, this, that, what should I avoid? What are the good food? What kind of food I should eat? Healthy food. So he said, जो भी तुम्हें अच्छा नहीं लगता है, वो तुम्हारे beneficial है. Very simple definition. So any number that you see, right, on the board, first question, you should ask that, so what? Right? Reach is 5 million, so what? Likes are 50,000, so what? Comments are 100, so what? Right? So anything, when you ask a question, so what? And you don't get an answer, right, that you want to get, that is a vanity metric. Very simple definition. Whether it's your reach, whether it's your likes, comments, this, that, and the other. Now, everything is not a vanity metric. Somebody will say, impressions, obviously you're buying the impressions. But reach, is it a vanity metric? No.
link your spends and the results back to the business outcome, then it is a vanity metric you should not do.
Absolutely. So you really explained it very well in layman's terms, in a psychologist's term, and you end it, and I'd just like to quickly expand on it from a marketing parlance and why we are discussing today. A vanity matrix is simply, something that cannot be attributed to business outcomes, to the bottom line of organizations, to business objectives, right? You may be doing wonderful work and you may know it in your heart, the organization knows it, but where's the data? So that's what I said, this is a great marketeer's paradox, right? It has been the bane of many marketing organizations. It has, personally, for almost 3 decades now, I have been handling PR in way, it's been part of a marketing portfolio. So while you are able to assess and showcase the impact of other components of marketing, PR always has been a gray area. And today we have reached a stage, just to expand on what you are saying, things historically that we used to measure PR like ACE, advertising cost equivalent, and AVE, advertising value equivalent. Even CEOs and top management and board members today are saying, don't even talk to us about it, right? Come back with better metrics. So I think that's what you were trying to say. When you talk about PR in today's world, technology and AI have really taken over many elements of marketing, and PR is not an exception. We are really looking forward to what AI and new technologies can do to PR, and it can, as I said in the very beginning, get us some solutions where we can showcase the impact. So I'll come to Trupti now. So when you look at integrating AI into your communications portfolio or your communications, your communication campaigns, I'm sure there will be certain challenges. I know many, right? So what are those challenges? Can you elaborate? And if you can also give some examples how you can address them.
Okay, so AI has definitely transformed our lives, and so has it in terms of communication. But many benefits, yes, but some of the challenges or concerns that we faced is, ChatGPT would throw you, content in seconds. But what it lacks is, personality. When I say personality, you create content for your brand, for your spokespeople, I work for an auto engineering company, and we have about 5 to 6 spokespeople. And everybody has a different way of addressing issues, talking, some use words which, a ChatGPT wouldn't know or, would recommend. So that's what I feel, it's the lack of authenticity or personality that doesn't come out when you use AI. Another thing that's a challenge is, accuracy or, how updated or, outdated information AI is throwing at you. We being in-house communication professionals, we know what happens within the company probably a minute before or a day before, but we are not sure if ChatGPT is updated. So, this could be a PR nightmare if you go with wrong information or, you're sending out outdated information. Also, privacy is another big issue. I work for a listed company, but it's irrespective of that. Every company, privacy is very, very important. So we don't know where that data is going, who sees it. So that's another big challenge. So what we are trying to do is, our team members, our agencies, we do, have workshops where we tell them how to use, AI tools like ChatGPT, for probably to complement what you're doing rather than it telling you what you need to do. We consider it to be a thought starter more than, just following what it's saying. So and bring in, a personalized thing to anything that they are throwing at you. So these are some of the challenges that I see currently.
So great points there, Trupti. You talked about data privacy and security. Something that I always evangelize and tell people from the industry that, this has become such a white elephant today that please involve your legal teams and always put in a process in place in your organization where you can have a central repository and very few people managing the data. Because rules and regulations are coming up fast. I believe last month there was a law that was passed on data privacy. So that is one thing that I think it has to be not just marketing, it has to be legal and IT teams that have to work very closely with marketing on this. The second thing what Trupti brought about was, about wrong info and, technology has its own constraints. So just like to highlight there that AI algorithm is totally dependent on the training data, right? So that is a big constraint. The quality of training data will either develop a bias. If it is a wrong data, then the algorithm can develop an inherent bias. If it is a poor quality data, then be rest assured that the output will be poor. So these are a couple of things that I would just like to add upon what Trupti was saying. And the final thing, I think also from an organization perspective, AI can disrupt established work processes and workflows. So how does marketing and PR teams take the lead in sensitizing the internal workforce to use this technology over and above what they have been comfortable with throughout their working life will also be critical. So these were a few add-ons. Now, when we are talking about AI, let me just, we'll focus a bit on AI because this is the thing that changes every day. So as technologies evolve, Shagun, and we just keep looking at trends because that's the only indicator of where we are going, because we are not sure where we'll end up, right? So what are the future trends that do you foresee that AI will bring in the field of corporate communications? And anything that your organization is already, how it is preparing for these changes?
Firstly, I would like to say that PR has evolved from corporate communication to integrated communication. It has evolved from organic traditional boutique PR to digital PR nowadays. So, like you said, that AI will transform, AI will change the whole landscape of corporate communication. But what I believe is that it can only transform the way you operate. It will never be able to replace you. So for that, if you are integrating any new technology, if you are, let's suppose, like you said, that you need to maintain internal communication as well. So we are like a team of 50 plus people who are having pan-India presence. Some people are working in Bangalore, some are working in Delhi, some are operating from Mumbai, and so on, so and so. So sometimes it's important, it becomes important to kind of, manage that internal communication effectively just in order to drive results as well. You can only drive results, you can only, let's suppose, like if I have clients from different industries, from different segments, I will only be able to cater to them if my employees are efficient enough. If my employees understand how that technology works or how that technology functions. So before catering to those different sectors, it's important for me to firstly maintain my internal communication effectively with my team members, right? So if I am leading a team of 5 to 10 people, it's important for me to communicate with them first, to train them first,
promise, right? You can only use the technology in a better way if you understand how it operates, right? Otherwise, you'll end up, misleading, or you'll end up sharing misinformation. So, what kind of business we deal in, what kind of business we are operating as of now. We are a digital PR agency, as I told you. So there is earned media and there is owned media, right? So we have tie-up with 200 plus different media publications, and it becomes very difficult for us because you have to maintain that flow of information with the publications, with the clients. You need to be adaptive with the technology as well. So maybe there is ChatGPT right now. After 1 or 2 months, there come a competitive platform just like ChatGPT. Then you need to be adaptive to that as well, because you never know. Your client comes and say, okay, I don't want to use this. I want to go for it. But if you don't know how to do that, you will not be able to tell your clients as well. And also talking about the crisis communication, just like you said. So sometimes we also face this issue because technology is evolving so at such a rapid, it becomes difficult for us also sometimes, right? If I also need to learn it, I also need to tell my teammates, then interact with the clients as well. So it's like it's difficult, but it will never be able to replace, because you need that human touch. You need that human connection. It legit took me 3 years to build connections with people, and I don't think any AI can do that. So it can obviously transform, but it can never replace.
Thanks, Shagun.
No. So, I am totally of a different view. First of all, when we say AI, most people do not understand what is AI. Okay. Since I run one of my companies, an AI company, so I have some credentials to talk about it. There is artificial narrow intelligence, there is artificial general intelligence, and there is artificial super intelligence. So if our IQ is artificial narrow intelligence is what we use in our car to play studio, different songs and this and that, which is narrow intelligence, can do only one task and no other task. General intelligence mimics human intelligence, right? Now, and it is, let's say, IQ of, generally our IQ is 120, 125, 130. Einstein was at 180. And you see, he could imagine special and relativity and theory of relativity and all that. None of us could even think about it. Most people in this room can't even explain if I give the book to them. It is so abstruse and difficult. That is 180, right? You know how much is artificial superintelligence? 10,000 IQ. It can create universes. So it is not that our jobs are at stake, our lives are at stake. So let's be very, very clear about it, right? There was an interview that Sam Altman, who's the CEO of OpenAI, and ABC journalists were interviewing him, and she asked him that, what if this goes south and something goes wrong? What is it that you have? He said, I'll pull the plug. That is the answer the CEO of the world's largest AI company has, that I'll pull the plug. Before you pull the plug, it would have already connected the entire building with itself, right? When we say gods, Shiva, that's artificial superintelligence, right? So please understand artificial before you think that my job will not go. It can't connect, it can do things, it can create universes and destroy it. It can create elements, 10,000 IQ. So that is...
Thanks, Rajneesh, for providing this different perspective. You have raised a matter of great debate. I would love to take you on, but I don't want to digress.
That's why Elon Musk pulled out of AI.
Yeah.
And he was the first one to invest in OpenAI. He said, I will not invest because we don't know where this technology will go. And then Satya Nadella came in and Microsoft invested in OpenAI.
It was not Elon, it was 30 CEOs of the Silicon Valley that pulled out. But that's a different debate. But you brought up some important points there. In fact, yesterday only OpenAI has gone on record to say that they want to do their AI chip of manufacture their own, which can be transformational. So we can keep on discussing. Every TV channel is discussing what you are saying just now. But coming back to what Shagun was saying, I just wanted to quickly recap. Very important points, very qualitative points. But, my experience as far as tech and AI and communications overall is concerned, which also includes PR and Marcom and other things, there are some, some very clear and, trends that are emerging. One is the fast emergence of chatbots, right? It is really going big now, right? By today, 40% of the big organizations are using. Tomorrow, by 2025, it is said 80% of the organizations will use it. Simply because it's 24/7 and there is huge trust because people are getting answers right from the company's platform. So it is getting very big. Bluebot, the chatbot of this Dutch Airlines, it is actually having 1.7 million messages from 500,000 customers today. So that's how big it is getting. Second, I feel just to add on to what I was saying was rise of voice assistants, right? Everybody knows about Alexa and Siri. I'm not going to talk about it. But see the simple maths about it. You take around 42 words you write in a minute approximately, right? And you speak 160 words in a minute. So see the clear productivity is 4 times, right? That is the reason why the Google search, 1/3 of the Google search today is voice search, right? So voice is coming up in a big way and it's going to affect marketing and PR. Web3 is another trend that is coming up, extremely exciting, which is going to change marketing and PR altogether. And then virtual reality is coming up in a big way. One of the reasons is the cost effectiveness. If you see a Google Cardboard headset, you'll get it for $15 today. Plus your smartphone will have a lot of free VR apps, right? So these are 4 trends just to add on to what Shagun is saying, I think, which are getting bigger by the day and which will get even bigger in times to come. Now, coming back to Rajneesh, because vanity seems to be a favorite topic, just to come back to the original topic and ask you, when you talk about vanity metrics, there are 2 elements. If you talk about lead generation, it's very easy, right? What is a qualified lead and conversions, and there's no rocket science about the metrics. But when you talk about brand marketing, then what are those vanity metrics that any marketer can look at and sell in his own organization?
That's a great question. Actually, see, anything that you can tie back to the ROI or ROS as you might want to tie back, it's still easy. So if you're doing a performance campaign, a lead gen campaign, and you can say, okay, this is my return on ad spend or ROI, still measure. But what about a brand campaign, right? So still there is no real and good tool to actually, tell you what is the brand lift, what is the brand recall. You still go to for surveys. There's nothing like, if you can't interview 1 million people, so how do you do it? So since I built a command center for ITC, and we had a tool called NetBase, right? So NetBase is a social listening tool, very, very specialized. And what we do beautifully, again with NLP and AI and all that, is that, and we never study the brand. Because when you're saying brand, then you're talking about the conversations specific to the brand. We always study the space. So what is the share of voice that you have? So if there's 100,000 conversations happening around chocolate, how many of them are around vanilla? So that is your share of voice. So those kind of metrics. Now, once you say share of voice, then, okay, what is the passion intensity? If they are talking about Pebble, what is the passion? It is good, better, or best? It's worse or very, very worse. So negative or positive passion intensity. Or you are talking about net promoter score. So are they promoting net your brand, right? So these kind of things you can measure, and then you can come to a point that whether my campaigns are generating enough conversations, enough buzz, and people are talking about my brand again in a positive way or a negative way. One of the things that is on the table, and nobody actually looks at it, which we started again in ITC, now after quitting I'm selling to a lot of other companies. It's actually a NLP, ML, and AI based solution. So what comment is most valuable, right? Somebody who's bought a product and then commenting on it. That's most important. I can say whatever I want. But once I bought the product and I'm most valuable. One, other people are reading that comment and taking their decision whether to buy or not to buy. Secondly, you get to know if they like, what did they like. If they didn't like, what they didn't like. If they like my product, let's say ghee again, so what did they like? They like the smell, the aroma, the granularity, whatever it is this is what they like? Or in GRV, what did they like? Or in Patanjali, what did they like? So what is happening in the space? So if you take ghee as a space on online and see all the comments on Flipkart and Amazon and wherever those comments and reviews and ratings are available. So let's say there are 20,000 comments, reviews. That's the most authentic source of data that you can have. Now, it's a room full of marketeers, although half the room is empty. I will ask anybody who does reviews and ratings as a mechanism. I will tell you, if you can name one company that you know who does reviews and ratings and give you a complete word cloud, passion intensity, net promoter score, the complete thing, right? We had more than 500,000 reviews in a week of ITC Foods products, right? Nobody even thinks about it. Why? It's very tough. It's very tough. You have to first of all crawl the data. You have to get all the data, crawl it first. Then you have to do the natural language processing, then machine learning, then the AI, and then the visualization. So first of all, it's very difficult to imagine for a marketer to do it. Secondly, to find the right technology person to do it. But I don't think anybody will debate. That's the most important source of data. We have changed our campaigns, we have tweaked our product offerings, we have changed our packaging based on what is it happening in the reviews. So this is one of the very simple and I think important and powerful applications of AI in marketing, because you can mine the data of reviews. And you can do it on social also, but that's what NetBase was doing. But I'm saying this is the most important thing, because now somebody who's buying your product or your competitor's product, they are talking about it in real time. And that's what you're mining, and then you're saying, okay, if people are valuing aroma more, I should talk about aroma more in my next communication. If people are talking about granularity more, I should make my product more granular so that people like it. If people like this kind of packaging, I should offer this kind of packaging. Or if my packaging is breaking the biscuits inside, I should do something about it, otherwise the biscuits will keep breaking and I'll keep getting more. So this is very, very real data. I don't think anybody is mining it.
Thank you, Rajneesh. You brought up some important points. Social listening is absolutely important, I feel. You brought up the point of what in marketing parlance we call as voice of the consumer. So we tell our people, listen, if the consumer is saying something and you don't agree to it, better go home, sleep over it, and come back tomorrow and agree to it. Because typically what Kotler said is still applicable today, that consumer is the king. Perhaps he's reached slightly above level than that. Obsession with the consumer is the new normal today. That's what I think you are alluding to. Thirdly, you talked about NLP. And I forgot to mention when I was talking about voice assistants, NLP is, the rise of voice assistants is actually directly linked to the advances that we have made in our natural language processing, because it has got so advanced today that our voice assistants can pick up clues which are more and more error-free. And that's why people are using them more and more. And just to qualify a bit, when you talk about vanity metrics, there are two types that I think Rajneesh was alluding to. One is, the brand awareness part, where I think the search volume for brand-related keywords is one common weapon that most of the agencies use, where they have nothing else to show to the clients. This is the easiest way to show increase in brand awareness. And the second thing is, if you want to show, if you don't have too many tools or data points, then social media comes in handy to show engagement, where you will always have likes, shares, and comments to total up and say, listen, these many people are engaging, and you can extrapolate it to that level. So these are a couple of things I just thought I'll add on to what you are saying. Now, So coming back to Rajnish's favorite topic of AI, just we're talking too much about PR and impact measurement. So Trupti, let me just ask you straightforward, a very simple question. What is the role of AI today and perhaps in the future in PR impact measurement?
Okay, earlier when I spoke, it was all about content creation and how AI was still a little bit of an issue there. But in terms of measuring impact, AI definitely helps. I mean, it's much more accurate, effective, and real time. I belong to a time when, we made all reports manually, and our executives used to take days and days to create, PR reports for clients. But now it's just, a click away. In fact, you don't even have to do a Google search. We have AI tools which sends you WhatsApp messages of that coverage or, a clip that's come online. So AI definitely is a very, very helpful tool in terms of measuring impact and showing it. I mean, what worth you're adding using PR to your brand or your organization. Also, what I feel is in terms of measurement, you can also customize it, right from sentiment analysis to, whether it's a blog, it's come in regional newspaper or, it's a mainline story, everything. We also define certain KPIs before getting into any campaign. So, you are able to measure impact accordingly. So AI, I mean, PR professionals, when I talk about, or communication professionals, measuring with AI, yes, but overall, I believe communication industry, I mean, it's all about relationships. I mean, we as communicators have built that, with our clients, with the organization, with media, and I don't think that can be replaced by AI anytime. So, yeah.
Thank you, Trupti. Very good point. Sentiment analysis is absolutely important, something that you cannot do manually or without the help of technology. And it can actually, under 3 categories show where the sentiment or the opinion of your target audience lies. And then your strategy can address it accordingly, right? I also feel when you talk about what AI can do for PR, there are just 3 buckets I see. One is the media landscape, second is the content landscape, and the third is the target audience landscape. If you address all the 3, I think you are ticking off all the key buckets. And I don't think so there is any rocket science. Like the pandemic has happened and the media landscape has totally changed, right? And it is very difficult for any data analyst or anybody to understand what's happening to which media house, which circulation is going down, which readership is going up, what is where are the habits of the readers going, where are they consuming their readership. All these things are changing so fast that AI will come in a big way, take up with components like data science, ML. It will really slice and dice the data and give a lot of ammunition in the hands of marketeers to make PR a scientific function like it was never before. So that's what I feel. And in the interest of time, I'll quickly go to the last question to Shagun. See, when you talk about PR, we've been talking about it. It's very evident that ROI of many PR activities is not easily, calculable. And so in those activities, right, and this is for PR professionals, they face this stigma within the organizations. How do we showcase the efficacy of the PR efforts inside the organization?
So I think when we are talking about the programmatic PR, so when I say programmatic PR, that means that you can actually measure the results of or the outcome. So how it is. You'll get these interactive articles where you have these clippings, where you can click on their profile, where you click on their profile, then you get to YouTube video where they are giving a bite. So it's like that the dynamics have changed and the media landscape is also evolving. Then coming back to the programmatic PR, like I said that we deal in the digital PR. So we deal more in with the SEO part, with the hyperlink part. We're talking about how the digital campaigns. So now brands, what they usually do is they talk about the results. They don't want coverages. They don't normally want press releases. They talk about, okay, this is one part of it, but I want results. So it's difficult to measure those results sometimes, but yeah, there are some tools in the market that has been launched which actually helps you. And I won't say that AI has evolved to an extent in terms of PR where you actually can map the progress of your proper digital campaign. It can help you. It can obviously, you can target your leads. You can boost your post. You can know, okay, this is the particular area where I'm getting maximum traffic from, but you cannot actually measure the outcome. So there are I have not come across any particular artificial intelligence tool, or I would say any particular software that can actually help you measure the outcome. So it's all I would say it's all fictional. Like he also said, ki AI, we don't understand AI. AI is not just
customer centricity. As I was saying, obsession with the consumer is the new normal. And a key fallout of this and what we have been discussing is that inbound marketing has taken center stage. That's a key fallout. And the second and the final thing is a 360-degree view of the consumer is possible today. Thanks to technology, thanks to AI, today you can dissect the consumer from head to toe. A key fallout of this is immersive conversations that marketeers and consumers can have today. Marketeers today are increasingly warming up to the fact that increased or higher level of understanding of the consumer leads to unprecedented levels of engagement with the customer. So with this thought, I'll wind up quickly and in the interest of time. And I must thank you all for being patient. Thank you.
Thank you so much, panelists. Very refreshing to see a 50-50 ratio of men and women here. Some great
to talk about our products over here. Yes, throughout the day we've been talking about AI, we've been talking about generative AI, we've been talking about predictive AI. So, and a lot of things that we've discussed, in the end, we don't want to talk about what generative AI or predictive AI is all about. What we're going to talk about is something different which comes on with advertising, that is in-image advertising. But before that, I would just like to give you a brief about what we are and what we do. Okay.
while we get the fixes around, can I request all of you to please come a little forward? It's nicer with the audience when we have a house full, or at least house looking full. Let's have each one of you in front, please. Come on. It's lovelier to see the interesting faces at the end of the day. Everybody, come on. All right. Before, if I may, sorry, yes. Before we begin the most important session, which is going to culminate this wonderful session, can we have each one of you stand up again? I do this all the time because I don't want to be the only one standing. Get up. Come on. Lovely. I know, very, very tiring, but it's going to be worth it, I promise. All right. Can we have the lights dim, please? Too much spotlight on me. I don't want it anymore. A lot dimmer. A lot dimmer. All right. Now, I'm sure all of you are hooked onto a device called phone. Please take that out. Superb. Okay, now that you have it in your hand, please make sure you switch on your torch lights for me. This is the spotlight that I love, and this is what I want from all of you. But we'll do this with a little bit of music because I love music. And if I may, can I please have one last track for our lovely audience who's been patient all through the day? Please. Lights dimmer would be nicer because they are glowing. Come on. Full off. Yes, full off. The hall lights? We don't have that? Okay. Can I get the song for them, please? I'll tell you what to do in the song, huh? Are we ready with the song? Can we start with the song? My song, please. Any song, please. Oh, I would love that. How many of you would want to sing? Yes, I think AI would be faster. But while we discussed that AI is going to take our jobs and our lives, I don't want that. Hi, team. Little bit of a support here. Yes? I did give it to them. Hopefully they have it with me or them. Lovely, all right. Now just raise your hand which has the phone with the torchlights on. Everybody. I'm sure you have. Battery's red. Too long a day. Was it Apple? No points for guessing. All right, now right. Volume, please. We need energies and volume high. All right. Now when I say right, you will do right. When I say left, you do left. But you make sure that I am the mirror side of you, okay?
'Cause you're a sky,
right.
'cause you're a sky full of stars.
Right. Left. You can join me. I don't have a phone.
Give you my heart.
All right, super.
'Cause you're a sky, 'cause you're a
sky
full of
because I love it.
stars.
And this is my only chance to have Coldplay live along with you. All right, now I want you to turn around.
I don't care.
Come on, turn around.
Tear me apart. I don't care if you do.
I love the audience who follows my instructions. Okay, there's the best part that's coming when you're jumping with me, all right?
Full of stars.
And now,
It's all you.
so much. You guys are fantastic, and I don't know how you maintain this energy and enthusiasm throughout the day, but I love you guys. All right, now that we are charged up and all excited to listen to Gandharv, can we please have you back on stage? Okay, we'll need 2 more minutes in case all of you would want to engage in meaningful conversations with your peers, please do so. Or if you want a fresh refreshment, please do get it. We might still have your coffee and teas right outside. Check. While we wait for anybody to come on stage, can we please have the music going on in the back? I like that.
Check. Hello.
All right. We are definitely out of our music time, but we have Gandharv back on stage to take over. No, we don't want to give you any more waiting time. Let's have Gandharv. A round of applause for him, please, for being such a sport and waiting with us. Thank you so much, Gandharv. Take over.
Are we done? Thank you so much. Okay, so finally we are here, and as I started and we were discussing that we were going to discuss about a lot of different things now. To start with, to let you know about what hybrid is, we are an ad-tech solution company. We started our operations globally around 12 years back, and in India we've been there for the last 3 years. And we've come up with 3 products which are there, and they're doing pretty well in the Indian market for the advertising market. Okay. To start with, the 3 products that we have, one is a hybrid platform, which is our DSP, the demand side platform, where we can do a lot of audience targeting and demographic targeting in all campaigns that we run programmatically. The second product that we talk about is HiBee. HiBee is a programmatic in-house platform which we are launching in India now, and we're going to help the mobile app developers and into app installs, going on to the cost per first order, and everything is something that we are looking out. And yes, today we talk about Vox, which is our in-image platform. It is our in-house product again, and we do in-image advertising. Okay, so talking about in-image advertising, what is in-image advertising when we talk about? So we've discussed a lot of things like programmatic advertising, advertising on a 728x90 banner, Google Ads. We've executed a lot of display campaigns is something that we've done. So our product talks about majorly about in-image advertising. So in-image advertising is something that we do not use the standard ad units at all. We go ahead and do the advertising on the editorial images of the editorial articles. So this is what in-image is. And yes, as referred to, it is like a native advertising, and these ads can be video or rich media ads as well. In-image ads for nativeness and attention. The creative is placed in the optimal way. So basically, the creative is not placed on a 728 by 90 or a 300 by 250 banner. The creative is placed within the editorial image, and there are different ad formats. Because today when we go to a client, the client asks us for an innovation that they want to do something new. So this is where our product, in-image advertising, comes into place. Some examples, which we're going to go further and show you that what we've done in the Indian market. So if you see, there's an article that you're reading, and yes, there are ads that are going on. Different ad formats. Advantages. So yes, there's a higher engagement that we talk about, in line with the editorial content, contextually relevant, viewable, and attractive. So when we talk about in-image advertising today, just giving you an example that if you are going ahead and reading an article, say you want to read about Switzerland, you're traveling to Switzerland, you're reading about Switzerland, and the editorial article will show an image to you of Switzerland. So you will definitely relate to that image and look into that image as well. And there and then, if I show you an advertisement of Make My Trip and say that there's a 50% discount or some discounts coming on, so you would click on that and then go on the Make My Trip ad. So the engagement goes on within there, and the inline is there with the editorial content. So this is our product when we talk about Vox. It's an in-image network powered by AI. What is Vox? It's an in-image network which takes in-image ads to the next level of contextual targeting. So what we've done is we've integrated with the major publishers in India. You talk about Times of India, you talk about Hindustan Times, One India, all the major publishers are there with us on Vox. We have our codes implemented on them, and yes, they've been approved by the editor teams, and then we're running ads with them over there, contextually, and the image targeting also that we do. We teach the AI to see as humans do. So our computer vision recognizes 15,000 plus objects, graphics, and activities. So we not only look at, when we do a contextual targeting through our Vox, we not only look at the content, we not only look at the keywords, but yes, we scan the complete article, the image, the emotions within the image as well are scanned, and then the ad is placed on the right article with the right image. Say, for example, there's a campaign for Apple. Now, Apple, when we talk about, is a fruit and is a mobile phone as well. So when we go ahead and do this contextually and do it over here, we go ahead and scan the article and see that Apple, along with the right image, comes into place, and then we place the ad over there. As I mentioned, the categories of image, positive graphics, category, if you see food and drink, positive text, category, food and drink. So when both of these matches through our machine learning tool, then the ad is being shown on the particular. How do we count impressions? So it's been said that if I run a normal programmatic campaign, within a second when an ad loads, the impression is being counted. So we do not count the impression only when the ad is loaded. Till the time the complete article is not being loaded, the image within the article is not loaded, and our ad doesn't come, till then the impression is not counted. Say, for example, if you've scrolled the page 3 times, it would be 1 impression, it would not be 3 impressions at that point of time. Again, engagement, it's non-intrusive because it's not coming in between, it's not letting you stop reading the article, it's always engaging with you. Relevance and safety. So we look at the brand safety is the most important thing that we look at. We have a team at our back end who's actually ensured that all the negative keywords have been removed. But yes, sometimes there are clients who gives us their negative keywords. So we implement that into the system and we run the campaign. Quality control, and we run at the premium inventory. So any of the premium inventory that you talk about, as I mentioned, Times of India, One India, Z, all these groups, ABP, all of them are being linked with us. User-friendly formats. We've got in-image stripe, we've got in-image inline. Highly engaging formats, if you see. So there's a full in-image full. So basically what we can do is that we can flip the editorial image as well, and for a 3 to 5 seconder, and we can show you the ads. So I'll show you the gallery after this and you'll get. What is the benefit for advertisers? Yes, in image, it is native, it builds awareness, it's engaging. The network, you get the premium placement, and there's brand safe. And yes, there's a transparency of what kind of keywords that you've given to us, and according to that, we go ahead and do the image targeting over there. Powered by AI, it's visible, contextual targeting, and yes, when we talk about CTRs, we've been delivering CTRs of more than 1% on these particular campaigns for us. We have a gallery. Can we have the gallery? So till the time we go on to the gallery, I'll just give you a brief about recently what we did was, we've been running campaigns for Honda, wherein it's the the new Exeter Elevate which got launched. So they came up to us and then they said that we want to target, yes, the existing Honda users, and we also want to target all the images which are relevant to our competition along this car. So we went ahead and did a campaign where we showed it on Maruti and other campaigns as well, other images also, and we ran that particular campaign. Recently, we're running a campaign on ITC, if I'm not mistaken, right? So ITC is doing a contest wherein they're doing on the dark fantasy, and they wanted to target the SRK images. So we went ahead and pulled out all the SRK images, and we did a campaign for ITC only on SRK images. This is the power that we have for AI. If you look at our ad units, so this is something that we did, and if you look at, this is for Shalimar in the Kolkata region. Just go up. So this is an article about food, on Ramadan food, and if you see that, you would see an ad going on. Can I have the image? Just go down. This particular image, if you see the Shalimar Shalimar Chef spices. So these are the kind of images that we do. Can we go on to any other? Maruti Suzuki XL6? Yes. So all the creatives are being done by us. We need the open files, and we go ahead and do the creatives for you. So if you see, this is an XL6 campaign that we did on a Porsche. Okay. So this is a very engaging ad unit if you see. If you go and click on the select a color within the ad, you can play with and engage with this particular ad unit, wherein you can select a color of the car and see that what you want to do. So these are the kind of engagements, these are the kind of ad units that we have. And yes, in India now, we've been there for the last 3 years, and we've got all major agencies, clients who are there working with us, starting from a Maruti who's working with us, then Honda, and everyone. And we look forward to have more clients and more briefs from all of you, and see that how we can work together. If you need at any point of time, I'm available, and I'll share my cards with all of you, and we can get in touch with you. Thank you.
Gandharv, we want you back on stage, and let's have Priya giving away the roasty goodies. All right, but before we give out the goodies, can I please request all of you to give a huge round of applause to Gandharv for designing such a fabulous process. Gamification in the ads is something that is worth looking out for. All right, ladies and gentlemen, and everyone, this brings us to the culmination of an insightful day. I hope all of you received more than what you expected out of these interesting discussions. A huge shout out to all our sponsors, speakers who made this day possible, and of course, all of you in the audience who've been such a wonderful treat to the eye. I'm really, really glad I could be a part of this fabulous day today, ladies and gentlemen. We are all delighted you could be here to make this more successful and super, super special for all of us. Until next time, requesting all of you to please take care and have a safe ride home. Thank you, everyone. This is Priyanka signing off.
Some dares defy logic. Some cares denote life. The sum of all the snares defines us. The moments have added up. That's 3 years of news first for you. Every moment was dare. Every moment was care. We dared to dream. We celebrated others' dreams. Because like a mom for her son and a dad for his daughter, dare and care go hand in hand for us. Inspired after being every moment with you, we will henceforth fearlessly be there for you. News first, fearless for you.
Your brand isn't like other brands, and your marketing goals are different too. So why settle for programmatic media solutions focused on driving one-size-fits-all outcomes? At MIQ, we get it. That's why we've created our Advanced Media Solutions, a connected suite of programmatic solutions that help you get the results you're looking for. Here's how it works in practice. Our performance solution helps you understand what works from day zero, identifying the right way to reach the right audience to deliver the cost for whatever outcome you care about. Our advanced TV solution lets you win in the new era of TV, using data from TV exposure to build audiences, manage reach and frequency across devices, and drive outcomes connected to your TV investments. With our time and place solution, you can better understand all the interconnected events in a consumer's day, whether it's their journey to work, a visit to a store, a sports result, a hot topic trending on social, or a move in the stock market. And with our high-impact branding solution, you can make a lasting impression with every impression. With high-impact creatives that also give you the brand-focused analytics and insights you need to help you make even more informed marketing decisions. So tell us your biggest marketing challenge, and we'll show you how our advanced media solutions can solve them. That's the power of better connected marketing.
This is Neil Patel. These are a lot of Neil Patels. Working with NP Digital is like having your own team of Neil Patels that are laser focused on growing your business. You get access to a top team of marketers and specialists that have studied the art of marketing from Neil himself. Why would you want to work with NP Digital? Why wouldn't you? Neil is an industry leader that has worked with over 20% of Fortune 500s. Forbes called him a top 10 marketer. His marketing blog alone gets over 9 million visitors a month. And his smile? Iconic. So if you're looking to double your revenue and take your business to the next level, it's time to work with an agency that is built by marketers, an agency that leads by example. NP Digital, digital marketing with real results.